Ruo Xiang gritted his teeth and roared. The power of his battle spear was pushed to the extreme, and the roar that came from it caused the surrounding space to tremble. The ancient Maha character flickered in front of him. Sixth break, heavens passing. The strongest move of the sixth break technique. Sudden appearance of heavens passing. A shocking light shot into the sky and charged towards the gold and black seals. Boom, boom, boom. The golden seal shattered, and the black seal fell. Boom! The black seal also suddenly shattered. The spear art was unparalleled, sweeping away thousands of troops. Yunxiao's face flickered as he sent a sword incantation into the ice sword. The sword chi streaked across the sky, and the entire sky and earth behind him changed color. Countless rays of golden light gathered in the sky, forming rules that fell down and gathered around his sword. At this moment, he was one with the sword and had turned into sword will. Yunxiao was as calm as an abyss as he raised his ice sword high. His eyes were as calm as an ancient well, as if he was looking down at the world. Let me send you to the west with the strongest sword intent under this sky. Sword technique demon slaying. The power of heaven and earth descended, and boundless sword intent filled the sky and the earth. The entire world was like an ocean of swords. Boom! The sword chi slashed onto Yun Xiang's spear of destiny, and the sky instantly shattered into countless pieces. The entire universe collapsed, and the entire universe was overturned. Boom, boom, boom. The two powers were locked in a stalemate for a moment. The light of the end of heaven was constantly being destroyed. The three-pointed, double-edged spear trembled as the endless roar turned into an endless sorrowful cry. No, that's impossible. The dragon scales on Ruo Xiang's body also burst open piece by piece, exploding into a bloody mist. He roared in shock and anger, and an endless sense of unwillingness appeared in his eyes. I will not lose. I won't lose. Boom, boom, boom. The demon slayer sword finally slammed him down, and the sharp sword intent tore the ground apart. Yun Xiang was thrown into the abyss of Xiankong Island. As the sky fell and the earth shattered, there was a deathly silence. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock and fear. That sword attack just now might not have been very powerful. At least, Guangyuan and Dark North Kangtian were confident that they could withstand it. The endless rules of sword and the endless sword force were like a high mountain that reached the sky, which they could only look up at. The strongest sword essence under this sky, the strongest sword essence, the strongest sword essence, the strongest sword essence, the strongest sword essence. Fei Ming had completely forgotten about the fight with Yun Xiang. He was completely immersed in the sword attack just now. The blood in his body suddenly surged, and he actually felt touched. His eyes were glistening with tears. Water deity was also shocked for a moment, but she was the first to regain her senses out of everyone. She looked at the endless crack in the abyss in a daze and said in shock, "Did Ruin Xiang die?" Everyone was silent. No one could answer this question, not even Guang Yuan. He didn't believe that Run Xiang would die. But that sword just now was still very powerful. Guang Yuan had completely lost his confidence as well. He looked at Yun Xiao in a daze. Even such a genius from the royal family of the North Sea can't defeat him? Is this man destined? After feeling the sword strike, Baiming Lifeng completely gave up on fighting with Yun Xiao, and his face was filled with misery. Yun Xiao would certainly become the most dazzling star of this era, and they would only end up as supporting characters. Dark North Kangtian, on the other hand, was petrified. His eyes were filled with endless fear. As a peak 8 stars martial sovereign, there were very few things that could shake his mind. However, the sword attack just now seemed to turn back time, allowing his emotions to travel back decades and return to the Fallen Star Hall in Baiming Dark Palace. The same awe-inspiring posture, the same disdainful eyes, the same figure in the endless sky, the same sword strike. It's him, he didn't die, he's back. Dark North Kangtian's face turned deathly pale, and his body began to tremble. All of a sudden, the lotus leaves around Amitabha bloomed once more, and the entire lotus platform opened up. Golden rays of light shot out from the ground around the Xiankong Island, rising into the sky and reflecting off the lotus platform. This change caused everyone's expression to change drastically. This profound level weapon was too mysterious, and only the heavens knew what would happen. Guang Yuan's face was also filled with fear, and he said in shock, "Could it be that Xianxia is Xianxia?" A ray of light shone down from the lotus seat. All the spiritual energy on the island suddenly became active and gushed into the ground. Everyone felt the loss of spirit chi, and the surrounding origin energy was sucked dry in an instant. This buy-in, just as everyone was in shock, a ray of light suddenly rose from the abyss that Run Xiang had fallen into and rushed into the clouds. A faint chanting could be heard from Rushherd, and the lotus flowers bloomed beautifully. This power is so strong. Everyone was shocked, and a fear from the depths of their souls spread out, making them shiver. Yunxiao's face flickered as he gritted his teeth and cursed, "Motherfucker! He's still not dead." Within that soaring power, the surging dragon power was even stronger than before. How is this possible? Yunxiao's face was filled with shock as he stared solemnly into the chasm. He did not understand what had happened inside, but judging from what he had heard, it must have something to do with this supreme-grade mystic artifact. His face darkened. It was already beyond his expectations that Run Xiang didn't die, let alone take it any further. At this moment, he was exhausted. If he fought again, life and death would be uncertain. Voila, the sound of crushed stones came from the chasm. The dragon chi that was surging out changed and started to slowly withdraw. Guang Yuan's face was also filled with shock. These changes had clearly exceeded his expectations, but the expression on his face was abnormally excited, as if he was extremely looking forward to what would happen next. After some noise came from the chasm, it quieted down again and no more dragon chi was released. Everyone waited for a while, but there seemed to be no movement. Each and every one of them revealed a suspicious look. All of a sudden, the sky cleared up from the previously oppressive atmosphere. A long rainbow shot through the sky, and 9 colored auspicious clouds appeared. Amitabha began to spin again, chanting Sanskrit, and a faint shadow seemed to appear on the lotus seat. "This is a Kasaya." Guang Yuan was given a fright, and hurriedly looked over with his eyes wide open. The apparition on the lotus platform had already disappeared, as if he was seeing things. However, his heart was unusually heavy. It was impossible for a strong practitioner of his entire cultivation level to have a blurred vision. "Your sister. The 9 colored clouds are really about to transform into a dragon." Yun Xiao was startled when he looked at the auspicious statue in the sky. Ever since the godly state experts had disappeared from the sky, there had never been any dragon transformation. Usually, the so-called dragon transformation was just a partial demonic transformation, showing some forms of the descendants of the dragon. The transformation that Ruo Xiang had undergone previously was a step closer to that. After all, there were several dragons' secret treasures in his body. Those were the remains left behind by a real ancient true dragon. They seemed to have received some kind of stimulation and were constantly reincarnating, so they produced an extremely great power. But now, Hu Yunxiao broke out in a cold sweat as he looked at the 9 colored auspicious signs between heaven and earth, and a great uneasiness welled up in his heart. Can true dragons still be born in the heavenly martial realm today? A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he clasped his hands together in front of him and quickly made hand seals. Clang! 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 Rays of sword radiance burst out of his body and spread out in the air, forming 18 sword diagrams. A vast sword chi spread out, and the 18 northern heaven-cold star swords were like autumn water. The sword chi filled the universe, and a huge sword formation appeared above the crack. Yun Xiao cast sword incantations into it, and a huge sword shadow formed on the sword diagram. He pointed his finger at it and shouted, "Go!" The 18 swords whizzed down along with the sword shadows, splitting the sky and earth, and directly blasted into the chasm. As the sky sword picture entered the island, the crack spread even faster, and the entire island looked like it was going to be cut in half. Guang Yuan flew into a rage and was just about to make a move, when a hint of hesitation flashed through his eyes. He stopped and stared coldly into the crack. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the earth cracking continued. The sword shadow seemed to cut into the earth vein, and the island shook. Bang! Suddenly, there was a huge tremor, as if the sword picture was blocked by some kind of force. Xianxia's face flickered. Boom! An even louder sound was heard as tens of thousands of golden lights rushed out from the crack. Bang! 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 The northern heaven's cold star swords were sent flying out one by one, shooting into the sky in a disorderly manner. The sword chi that filled the sky suddenly became chaotic. A dragon's roar rushed into the 9 heavens. Everyone's mind was shaken by this dragon roar. The chi and blood in their bodies surged uncontrollably, and the chi movement in their meridians became chaotic. Some of the weaker sea tribe members even died on the spot. The roar of a true dragon. This is the roar of a true dragon, Guang Yuan exclaimed in shock. He had a complicated expression on his face. He could not tell if he was happy or worried. Yunxiao's face darkened as he hurriedly put the 18 swords back into his body. Then, with a flip of his hand, he took out a large number of heavenly materials and earthly treasures and stuffed them into his mouth like he was eating sweet potatoes. He knew that he was in big trouble. Boom! A loud sound came from the ground. It was unknown if it was the shattering of the earth veins or someone's long roar, but many people fainted on the spot. The 9-colored auspicious sign immediately dissipated under the dragon's roar, and the sky turned gloomy again. Boom! A beam of light shot out of the crack, and a surging dragon aura burst out and rushed toward Yunxiao. Yunxiao's face darkened as he picked up the mirror of great sorrow and shone it down. Bang! The shadow broke through the mirror light and landed a punch on the great sorrow mirror. Bang! The mirror surface became dull and a part of it had actually sunk in. A force bounced back along the original path, causing the figure to tremble. The other force penetrated the mirror and blasted toward Yunxiao. Bang! The Devil Sky armor exploded with a burst of energy and caved in at the same time. Eft! Yunxiao coughed up a large mouthful of blood on the spot and was sent flying backward. Ah! The water deity suddenly screamed. She wanted to go up and save him, but when she saw the shadow in her eyes, she didn't feel afraid. Everyone felt their throats dry up. At this moment, the shadow in the sky slowly revealed its true form. It wasn't a true dragon, but a true dragon-like Runxiang. At this moment, other than the fact that he no longer looked like a human, Xiang had evolved a step further. He had a dragon's tail wagging behind him. Other than the strong dragon chi, there was also an extremely violent and desolation chi around him. Roar! Roar! Xiang raised his head and shouted a few times in succession, causing the entire sky to tremble in fear. Dragon's roar! The originally clear sky was shattered by the sound waves. Everyone on the Xiankong island was dumbfounded. They were so shocked that they could not speak. After Xiang let out a long hiss, he vomited out all the suppressed feelings in his chest and said in a cold voice, Li Yunxiao, I've come back from hell to kill you. Guang Yuan's forehead was also oozing with cold sweat. This brat was a natural-born killing god. Yunxiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Although he had been injured by the shock, most of the attack had been neutralized by the Mirror of Great Sorrow and the Devil Sky Silk, so he was fine. However, although Yunxiang's current state wasn't the birth of a true dragon, he was still like an ancient beast that had descended. He had the power to sweep away everything and was unrivaled. There are many people who want to kill me, but so far, they are the ones who have died. Although he was in an extremely disadvantageous situation at the moment, he was still very calm. There are many people I want to kill, but up until now, all of them are dead without exception. The two of them faced each other in the sky, and the world seemed to have become quiet. Only the lotus seat was still spinning slowly, but everyone felt an unusual pressure. Roar! Roar! Xiang suddenly roared, breaking the silence. An extremely strong sound wave shook the world as it blasted toward Yunxiao. As he roared, he himself flashed toward Yunxiao faster than a bolt of lightning. His three-pointed, double-edged spear had disappeared, But how could the strongest profound level weapon in the world be stronger than a true dragon's claw? After the sound wave, a green dragon claw formed in the sky and slammed down. Xianxia felt the air pressure coming at him like a mountain, and the true dragon's roar made his devil sky silk ring continuously. His blood and chi were shaken, and his eardrums were about to burst. Fuck you. Is it more powerful if you scream? Xianxia was also filled with endless anger. As a man of two lives, what kind of genius had he not seen? What kind of battle had he not experienced? Even if his opponent really transformed into a true dragon, he would not be afraid. Sword technique demon slaying. His eyes flickered for a moment before he calmed down. With a light shout, the sword chi on the ice sword surged and slashed into the huge dragon claw. Boom! The dragon claw was torn apart by the sword chi. Xianxia's body was surrounded by sword aura as he thrust a sword incantation into the ice sword. Tens of thousands of sword beams gathered from all directions, and countless sword rules appeared in the distant sky, dancing wildly. Everyone on the Xiankong island broke out in cold sweat as they watched. Such a powerful sword intent was something they had never seen or heard of before. Dark North Kongtian's face was pale, and his eyes were gray. No one knew what he was thinking. The look in Xianxia's eyes grew quieter and quieter, and his long robe fluttered in the air. He clenched his fingers into a sword gesture and remained still, as if he was sensing the power of heaven and earth. Ruo Xiang's eyes burst out with a cold light, and he said ferociously, "Is this the sword that almost killed me? I really want to know if this sword can still kill me now." He put his hands together and spread his fingers, forming a dragon in front of him. A vast dragon power surged out. Xianxia's expression was calm. Standing in the sky and under the countless sword rules, he was like a god of swords, so awe-inspiring that no one could offend him. Killing you is just one more sword attack. Just now, I showed you the strongest sword intent, Xianxia said slowly. Now, let me send you on your way with my strongest sword move. You have the right to do so. As soon as he finished speaking, the countless rules of sword in the sky quieted down and began to surge down, all absorbed into the sword. The sky turned extremely dark under the pressure of the two men, and Xianxia was surrounded by a world of swords, as if a ray of light was slowly descending. "Demon Slayer, Star Destroyer, and Dawn Light," he said softly. "Combine the three swords into one and return all swords to their origin." Clang! The ice sword let out an intense ringing sound that broke through the dark atmosphere and reverberated in the endless sky. The sword seemed to have come alive in an instant. The entire blade became extremely transparent, and it seemed as if it would disappear in his hand. The ancient Maha characters circled around the sword, forming sentences and segments. There were hundreds of them. Xianxia gave the long sword an indifferent look and said with a smile, "Are we finally connected? I am the strongest swordsman of this era. Do you have the right to follow me? Prove it with all your strength." His face could not be seen clearly under the flashing sword light, and only his voice could be heard, each word piercing into the heart. Sword, Slayer, Star, Chan. Boundless sword will and sword techniques gathered into one sword. It was as if everything in the world disappeared and all the scenes turned into the image of this sword. It slashed down from the sky. Everyone was completely stunned. Under the sword intent and sword chi, they felt like they were falling leaves in the wind, so small and so helpless. Dark North Kongtian's mind was completely blank. As soon as this sword was drawn, he no longer had any doubts. Ruo Xiang's expression also changed drastically, and a sense of death spread in his heart. Originally, after obtaining great power, he had also obtained unprecedented confidence that he could sweep away all obstacles. But under this sword art that could destroy the world, his confidence began to waver. "Damn you, Li Yunxiao! You're my destined enemy!" Ruo Xiang roared, and his face became extremely ferocious as he roared. "I'll kill you even if I have to die! I'll kill you!" Boundless dragon chi surged from his body and formed in the sky. A real dragon Dharma body appeared, as if it was real. The sigh of the true dragon. A power that seemed to come from the primordial era spread out, and the dragon in Xiang's hand roared. The dragon broke through the shackles of the world, as if an ancient true dragon had crossed through endless time and descended into the world. Boundless dragon power, and an extremely powerful dragon might wreak havoc in the world. The powerhouses below the rank of a high-level martial supreme could no longer resist. They knelt down one after another and prostrated themselves at the feet of this man who was once a king of the heavens and earth. Even powerful existences like Lang Yu and Nine Heavens felt fear and trembled in their hearts. They gritted their teeth and resisted the dragon's might. The water deity's face was also pale, without a trace of blood. However, her eyes flickered with a golden light as she stared at the rolling heavenly might. Boom! With a loud boom, the entire world lost all sound. It was not silent, but everyone's eardrums were instantly shattered, and blood came out of their 7 orifices. The world was covered in a white haze as all the violent forces filled it and spread out in all directions. The water in the sea around the island had been evaporated, and the sea was retreating in all directions with the Xianxia Island as the center. There was even a powerful shockwave that was about to blast the entire Xianxia Island into dust. Amitabha's golden light glowed brightly again, and it was like a barrier had been opened, protecting the entire island. Guang Yuan's expression was a little unsightly. He had been communicating with Amitabha for many years and had a certain sense. He had already noticed that the power in this transcendent grade profound level weapon was losing at an extremely fast rate, even less than before the Show of Treasures conference. After an unknown period of time, the rumbling gradually dissipated. The sky slowly disappeared from the paleness and returned to its original color. Everyone felt that the dragon's might was gone, and they all stood up in fear. They were all experts and no one wanted to kneel. Everyone's eyes looked up at the sky, and they were all shocked. What was the result? Was the dragon descendant dead? In the desolate sky, 2 lonely figures stood alone. The 2 of them looked extremely embarrassed and desolate, no longer having the demeanor of a grandmaster and the aura of a fierce beast. Eft! Eft! Both of them spat out a large mouthful of blood at the same time. They were both severely injured. They were actually evenly matched. Gulp! Gulping sounds could be heard everywhere. They were actually evenly matched. Was this the rhythm of fighting? Ha ha! Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Run Xiang's loud laughter came from the sky, and he laughed so hard that he bent forward and backward. He laughed wildly as he spat out blood and said, "As expected, I've caught up to you. This power that I've been dreaming of, this desire to kill you, I'm so close to killing you." Eft. Xianxia wanted to say something, but as soon as he used his primordial energy, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. He didn't dare to speak and hurriedly adjusted his breathing. Every minute and second he could fight for now could determine whether he would win or lose. It didn't matter if he lived or died, but he couldn't and wouldn't lose. Even if he died, he had to kill the other party. This was the heart of martial arts of the 2, and also the battle between the 2 strongest geniuses in this world. Everyone held their breaths, quietly waiting for the final moment to arrive. In the battle of geniuses under the sky, who would be the one to decide the fate? Even Guangyuan and Dark North Kangtian, who had strange thoughts in their minds, looked on quietly without moving. Although they had different thoughts, they were all martial artists and had the same heart of martial Dao that would never stop running towards the end of the martial Dao. The battle between Yunxiao and Ruinxiang had stirred the pride in their hearts, and at this moment, no one could ruin this battle. Ha ha! You must have exhausted all your origin power, and your physical body is on the verge of collapse, right? Ruo Xiang spat out blood and laughed loudly. He knew that it was the stupidest thing to say at this moment, but he was really happy. He laughed and coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. As the blood dripped down, it turned into pieces of high-quality blood dragon stones and fell onto the Xianxia Island. But no one had the time to collect them. Yunxiao snorted coldly and did not say anything else. Ruo Xiang laughed and finally stopped coughing blood. Instead, he walked toward Yunxiao step by step. He walked extremely slowly, and every step he took caused the sky to shake. The wounds on his body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The body of a true dragon was the strongest body in the world. Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he found that the recovery speed of Ruinxiang's body was even faster than his. Even though he had the bright moon divine body and the imperishable golden body, and even absorbed a large amount of external energy from the violent energy earlier, he was still behind Yunxiang's dragon body. "Ha! Are you feeling despair?" Xiang laughed hideously, and a bang came from the air. He directly exploded the air, and his fist hit the bull across the mountain. Bang! Yunxiao's figure exploded under the punch, turning into countless light and shadows and disappearing. The smile on Xiang's face froze, and his face darkened. Yunxiao was an extremely powerful 9th-tier alchemist, and his mental power could change heaven and earth and reverse time and space. He had very little strength now, and he was unable to lock the space of the other party with a single move. Instead, he became powerless. Yunxiao's figure appeared not far away. With a cold look in his eyes, he snorted and said, "Even if I'm weak, you can't kill me. In this state, aren't you in despair?" he said sarcastically. "The one who should be in despair is you." Xiang sneered. He opened his hand, and a small white bottle appeared in his palm. Everyone frowned, not knowing what was inside. Yunxiao's eyes narrowed slightly, and he had a bad feeling. Bang! Xiang directly crushed the jade bottle, and 2 drops of white liquid with overwhelming spirit qi appeared. He sucked it in and swallowed it. Pai pa. As the spiritual milk entered his stomach, Xiang's face turned red, and the sound of his bones exploding came from his body. A powerful dragon's might was emitted from his body. The 5-fingered dragon claws became sharp, and the dim dragon scales glowed again. The 2 horns on his head also became lively, and he looked like he had been reborn. Everyone's expression changed drastically. What was that thing? It could actually heal injuries in an instant. Myriad-year spirit milk. Those 2 drops of myriad-year spirit milk were there. Someone finally remembered and exclaimed, "It's this item, no wonder." The crowd looked enlightened, and many of them began to worry for Yunxiao, their faces changing. Just a drop of the myriad-year spirit milk was enough to kill a person and bring their bones back to life, allowing the injured to be fully resurrected. Back then, Yunxiang had used the first dragon's blood to exchange for 3 drops from Guangyi, so he still had 2 drops left. After consuming it, the injuries in his body were immediately healed by more than half. Humph! He snorted with dissatisfaction, clearly not satisfied with the effects of the myriad-year spirit milk. After he was defeated in the Battle of Red Moon City, the myriad-year spirit milk was unable to heal all his injuries. Now that his true dragon body was injured, it was not something that 2 drops of spirit milk could solve. Although he had only recovered more than half of his strength, it was fatal for Yunxiao. Sure enough, Yunxiao's face turned extremely unsightly. Although he had also swallowed a large number of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, it took time to transform them, and the results were not as immediate as the other party. "Haha! Can you still escape from my attack now?" Xiang said in a cold voice. He laughed hideously and threw a dragon fist in the air. Bang! Once again he used hitting the cow across the mountain, and the space exploded. Yunxiao's face flickered. The sealing power of the punch had indeed made it difficult for him to circulate his spiritual power, and he could no longer escape in time. He hurriedly raised his ice sword to block the attack. Bang! Yunxiao coughed out a mouthful of blood as the sword trembled and was sent flying. However, after flying for a few dozen meters, his figure faded and disappeared into the sky. "Ha ha ha, you want to dodge?" Xiang laughed proudly, and his heroic spirit soared to the sky. He had never been so happy in his life. "You can just use your own bones to become the first step for me to reach the peak of martial arts." He raised his head and let out a loud roar. The dragon's might shook the entire world. The people on the Xiankong Island had their expressions changed once again. Each and every one of them was terrified, afraid that they would have to kneel again. After all, they were all powerhouses with strong self-esteem in martial arts. It was too embarrassing to keep kneeling here and there. Fortunately, Ruo Xiang was no longer at his peak, and everyone only felt a burst of panic in their hearts. Other than a few whose strength was too low, those strong people forcibly withstood it. Bang! 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 The sky kept cracking under the dragon's roar, turning into a scene of desolation and destruction. But Yunxiao had never appeared. I didn't expect you to have such an ability, but how long do you want to hide? Ruo Xiang's face darkened, and he sneered. You should know that my true dragon body can recover faster than you. It'll only be more beneficial for me to delay. His words seemed to have worked. Yunxiao's voice rang out faintly in the sky. Helios Luna. Run Xiang suddenly threw a punch in the direction of the sound. Bang! The sky exploded, but Yunxiao was still nowhere to be seen. However, a huge black hole was created where his fist power landed. That black hole was incomparably deep, and it seemed to be somewhat different from the ones that were usually blasted open. Furthermore, it did not gradually repair itself like the other parts. Instead, it grew larger and larger, spreading out at an extremely fast speed, as if it was going to swallow the entire sky. What? Ruo Xiang frowned and revealed a suspicious look. This was the first time he had encountered such a strange scene. Soon, the entire sky was covered in darkness, turning into a world of darkness. Ruo Xiang lowered his head and saw that the Xiankong Island was still there, but there was no one on it. The ocean was still roaring in the distance, but it still looked eerie and terrifying under the night sky. Is this a swan and eye? An illusion? Ruo Xiang was stunned for a moment. Then he sneered and said sarcastically, The power of a true dragon is the most righteous and powerful in the world. Don't you feel embarrassed to bring out such an evil method? A cold light flashed in his eyes as he roared. The entire sky trembled as he tried to blast open the space. As expected, the entire world trembled under his dragon roar and was on the verge of collapsing. A red shadow suddenly appeared in the dark night sky and gradually turned into a full moon. It suddenly opened. Strange symbols flickered around the pupils in the full moon, forming half a circle and emitting a demonic color. That trembling space once again stabilized with the appearance of the blood moon, and it stared at Run Xiang with a cold glint. Humph! Does it make you awesome just because your eyes are bigger? A look of ridicule flashed across Run Xiang's face. He raised his dragon claw and was about to slap down. Under the blood moon, the space fluctuated slightly, and Yunxiao's figure gradually emerged. He held a sword in his right hand, his eyes cold as he stared at Ruin Xiang. Then he slashed down with the sword. Boom! With a casual slash. There were tens of thousands of sword regulations that continuously gathered in the air and slashed towards Yun Xiang. What? Ruo Xiang was shocked, and his eyes were filled with shock. His raised arm froze in the air, and he couldn't push it down anymore. He said in fear, How can you still perform such a powerful sword move? The power of this sword was almost the same as the star slash that had seriously injured him before. Just the power of the pressure was enough to suffocate him. Damn it! Ruo Xiang suddenly roared and transformed into a true dragon in the air. He suddenly broke through the shackles of the sword chi and instantly fled hundreds of meters away. Boom! The sword light passed by him not far away. The sharp and unparalleled sword essence was like a galaxy that crossed the universe. Cold sweat dripped down from Yun Xiang's forehead as he was deep in thought. Yunxiao raised his sword again and slashed down with the same move. An illusion. This must be an illusion. Ruo Xiang's face was pale. With such sword power, it was already heaven-defying to be able to use one move with all his strength, not to mention to use every move so easily. Although he was 100% sure that it was an illusion, he still couldn't help but feel panic when the sword fell. He gritted his teeth and escaped again. Damn it! Fuck! Ruo Xiang cursed angrily. The other party's cold eyes seemed to contain ridicule, as if he was toying with a monkey. This made him extremely angry. He can turn defeat into victory by relying on some illusions? Ruo Xiang roared as he flew up and let out a series of explosions in the air, trying to get close to Xianxia and kill him. This is a P56. Suddenly, his body came to a stop, and his eyes revealed a look of panic. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Xianxia, staring at him coldly with a pale face, as if he were dead. Yu Runxiang was shocked. The cold shadow opened its mouth and said slowly, "Ninth brother, you're so cruel." As soon as he said this, another figure appeared. This person didn't have a head, but a face could be seen on his belly. He said miserably, "Brother 9, where's my head?" Another figure and another buy-in. More than 20 people came out one after another, all of them shouting, "Ninth brother, ninth brother." They were all crown princes of the North Sea. Ruo Xiang's face became abnormally pale, and he laughed with an ashen face. "Haha, Li Yunxiao, do you think you can shake my mind with these dead people? I wasn't afraid of these ants when they were alive, but now that they're dead, they're even worse." Brother Joe were both crown princes. "How dare you call us ants?" "Brother 9, I feel terrible without a head. Give me back my head." "Ninth brother, we're waiting for you down there. Come and accompany us." The faces of those 20 over-brothers all became malevolent, and they all roared as they charged forward, surrounding and attacking Ruo Xiang. Everyone's expressions were so realistic, and they were all using their life's ultimate skills. There were more than 20 people with different faces, but the only similarity was that they all maintained the tragic state before their deaths. When they attacked together, the power was also earth-shaking. Ruo Xiang felt a chill in his heart, but he was born with an extremely strong murderous aura, so he quickly calmed down and sneered, "My brothers, you're just the dregs of the times. As an ant, you should have the awareness of an ant and die in peace." Boom! 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 He suddenly clenched his fists, and dragon energy exploded from his hands. Dragon fists shot out, and the few people in the lead were directly blown apart, their bodies and bones shattered. "All of you, go to hell!" Ruo Xiang's killing intent rose, and his hands formed a seal in front of him, slapping out a palm in the air. A dragon's shadow appeared behind him and turned into the power of a violent dragon, blasting in all directions. Bang! 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 One by one, the crown princes exploded and died under the dragon power. "Arg! You're so vicious!" The screams continued to ring out. These crown princes' deaths were so realistic, but they could no longer shake Runxiang in the slightest. At that moment, his heart was as hard as iron, and all his emotions had converged into a killing intent, one that wanted to pierce Yunxiao's bones and scatter his ashes. "Brother 9, my head!" The headless crown prince pounced on him. "Ninth brother, you broke my heart last time. My heart hurts so much." Another crown prince, who was clutching his chest, rushed over. "You're dead?" Runxiang's eyes turned cold. "Since you don't have a head, just go and die. What are you still shouting about?" His 5 fingers turned into claws and directly clawed at the headless crown prince, wanting to tear him apart. "Chi!" The headless crown prince was instantly cut in half. "And you, of course you're going to die if your heart is crushed." Ruo Xiang's expression did not change at all, and there was no emotion in his eyes. He also threw a punch at the crown prince who had broken his heart, and the other party also threw a punch back. "What?" Ruo Xiang's cold expression suddenly changed, as if he had noticed something strange. On the fist of the crown prince who had broken his heart, a white ice flame condensed, flickering and jumping. Although the ice flame was small, it exuded an extremely terrifying aura, causing his heart to tremble. He said in horror, "This is a Xianxia." Bang! However, it was too late. The ice flame exploded on his dragon fist. "Ah!" Runxiang cried out in pain, and his entire arm instantly lost all feeling. At this moment, a dangerous aura suddenly rose behind him. The 2 halves of the crown prince's body that he had torn in half turned into countless tiny black particles, and they pierced through the air densely, surrounding him. Each particle carried an extremely terrifying power of wind and fire, and they struck his body like raindrops. Bang! 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 The dragon scales all over his body were struck with holes, and the light gradually faded. Some of the scales even landed on the surface of the body that was not covered by dragon scales, causing blood to burst out. The heartbroken crown prince roared and punched out again. Although he did not manage to produce the ice flame this time, the power of his punch was still indestructible. Ruo Xiang went berserk, knowing that he had fallen into Yunxiao's trap. The real killing move was hidden among these illusionary characters. At this moment, the crown princes who had been scattered by him gathered again, and one by one, they pounced on him. Damn it, all of you go to hell. With a loud roar, he struck out his left arm, which still had some feeling, and poured all his strength into it, trying to break all the illusions. Ah! The Sing Luo Ruo Xiang was stunned. His eyes almost popped out, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. His left arm turned into a branch after he threw the punch. A white lotus bloomed at the front end of the branch as he threw the punch. What was even more terrifying was that he suddenly realized that he had turned into a cup. Arg! Ah! 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 Run Xiang was about to go crazy. The powerful attacks of the calabash little King Kong and the crocodile all landed on him, and the cup was immediately cracked. He had to endure endless attacks, yet he couldn't move at all. The biting of more than 20 crown princes mixed with the real attacks of little King Kong and the others, all of which hit the cup, making countless bang-bang sounds. Boom! All of a sudden, an abnormally powerful force exploded from the cup, blasting away all the attacks. An ancient aura spread out, and all the illusions of the crown prince disappeared. The calabash King Kong and the giant crocodile were also bounced back dozens of meters. The two of them revealed their true forms and rushed forward again. But they were blocked by that force and could not move an inch forward. Yunxiao's eyes flickered with horror as he saw Ruin Xiang transform back from the cup. A powerful dragon essence spread out as he transformed into the form of a true dragon and rushed over. Yunxiao's face was stern as he said, "Burning dragon essence is the root of a true dragon. After this battle, you will never be able to return to your current strength." Run Xiang, who had turned into a true dragon, had a cruel and cold look in his eyes. He said coldly, "The only obstacle in my path of martial arts is you, my inner demon. As long as I kill you, no matter how difficult the cultivation is, I can return to the peak and step towards the end of the martial Tao." The descent of the true dragon caused the entire lunar dimension to collapse, and the eye of the lunar pupil that was hidden in the darkness was also impacted, shedding tears of blood. "This is the last attack after burning my dragon essence. It's either you die or I die. I want to see who the ruler of life is." Run Xiang roared ferociously. The sound of a dragon's roar reverberated through the ages. Once again, everyone on the Xian Kong Island knelt down in fear. Guang Yuan revealed a look of horror. Under that dragon's roar, what was transmitted through the tremors was actually the might of the 10 Directions divine realm. Roar! Ruo Xiang turned into the shadow of a dragon and opened up his 5 claws to attack in all directions. He wanted to blow up heaven and earth and overturn the universe. Ha ha ha! I'm the most powerful person in this world. All those who block my way must die. Kill! 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 He had gone completely crazy. Dragon fists broke through the sky and earth, and the entire universe began to collapse. What? All of a sudden, the true dragon frowned. After breaking through the lunar dimension, what he saw was not Xian Kong Island, but a white mist. This is a Kasaya. His dragon body was in the middle of the white mist. Spiritual chi filled the air, and immortal music lingered in the air. Under the fog, one could vaguely see the flowing rivers and towering mountains, as well as all kinds of insects, fish, birds, and beasts. The spiritual mist gradually dispersed, and a strange aura spread in the surroundings, beginning to form a world. At this moment, a majestic monument descended with a loud bang. It emitted a vast and mighty force, as if it was the center of the world and the extreme of the universe. The monument emitted streams of light that directly suppressed him and crushed him into powder. The power of 10 worlds. Xiang was greatly shocked. His true dragon body soared up, and he roared as he attacked the divine realm tablet, constantly shattering the derived world. At this moment, a figure slowly descended from the tablet and stood quietly on top of it. He could vaguely see Yunxiao, who was performing incantation gestures with one hand and shooting out golden runes. Ruo Xiang was also going all out and didn't ask for any more fantasies. He burned all of his dragon origin power and shouted, "Even if I have to die, I'll take you down with me." The power of a true dragon burst out from Xiang's body and soared into the sky, shattering the divine realm tablet's world phenomenon inch by inch. The entire four poles of the universe began to collapse. Yunxiao frowned, and the moon-like pupils in his eyes bulged. Half of his head was covered in blue veins, making him look detestable. The shadow of a blood-red moon appeared behind him, as if it was rising from the sea. A melodious, poetic voice drifted over. It was faintly discernible, but it was shocking as it resounded through the entire land. I peeked at the birds outside the bamboo, the water outside the tree, and the clouds outside the peak. Did I do it intentionally or unintentionally? Birds come to spy on people, the moon peeks at wine, and the snow peeks at books, but they see that he is heartless. As the poem finished, the entire world changed. All living things retreated, the world disappeared, and everything turned into nothingness. The blood-red eyes in the sky slowly opened and stared at the sky quietly. Everything it saw was wiped away. Xiang's eyes widened. He gradually felt his body disappearing from this world. His true dragon's power was rapidly flowing away. No matter how he struggled, he could not escape the power of that one glance. Bang! 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 Blood mist burst out from his body, and his true dragon body began to slowly disappear from this world. Xiang smiled sadly and said, "Ha ha! Ha ha ha! I still lost in the end." His laughter was filled with unwillingness, helplessness, and ruthlessness. Memories of his past surfaced in his mind. Other than cultivation, he had only been cultivating and cultivating. The only memory that brought him some warmth stopped at the time when he was 5 years old. His mother's arms made him smile so warmly. Ha 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 ha! The laughter continued and echoed in the sky, but it was getting smaller and smaller. It wasn't that he couldn't laugh anymore, but under the gaze of those eyes, even his voice had inevitably disappeared. Li Yunxiao, you are the one who is destined to be the king of this world. I'll die in your hands today. From now on, you're not allowed to lose to anyone. No one. Step on my bones and ascend to the peak of martial Tao. There was a helpless wild laugh, helpless hope, and helpless desire. The true dragon's body gradually disappeared in the sky, leaving no shadow behind. The eye in the sky slowly closed, and Yunxiao's figure vaguely appeared in the endless sea fog. I will. This was the final response to the oceanic species expert. Everyone on Xiankong Island was in a state of shock. Ever since Yunxiao had used the eye technique, Sun Moon, they had been almost blind and had no idea what was going on. Only those high-level martial sovereigns could make a guess based on their aura. When the true dragon appeared and the people submitted, they could no longer feel anything. Even the water deity's face was pale. Her eyes flashed with golden light, and the inherited eye of truth power was circulated to the extreme, as if she could vaguely see something. Bang! Following that, a loud sound rang out in the sky. It was as if a world had been blasted apart, as if the heavens and earth had been split open. Yunxiao's figure emerged from the void, but his face was pale, and his blood vessels were clearly visible. His eyes were tightly closed, and 2 streams of blood were flowing down. He used up all his soul power to perform the 10 Directions divine skill. Not only was his soul greatly damaged, but even the moon eye was also severely injured, and it completely closed. Along with him, dragon artifacts also appeared from the void. Scales, horns, claws, spine, and whiskers. There was no dragon chi on them, and they were floating in the air. Although Yunxiao had erased Ruinxiang's dragon form, the remains of the real ancient true dragon could not be erased by his eye sorcery. However, the dragon chi in the 5 dragon-type secret treasures had been completely exhausted, and it would probably take a long time for them to recover. Yunxiao raised his hand and grabbed at the 5 dragon artifacts. I'm thinking, if I write here that Ruinxiang killed Yunxiao, robbed him of his profound level weapon and heavenly mandate, and eventually became the supreme figure of all ages, would everyone want to kill me? Tai did not dare to do so, so he decided to let Yunxiao send Ruinxiang to the west. Everyone on the Xiankong Island was still in a daze. Although they did not know what had happened, the 5 dragon secret treasures had revealed themselves, and they could tell the outcome of the battle. Only the 2 of them were the first to react. They suddenly turned into 2 rays of light and shot into the sky. One of them was Guang Yi, who was determined to get the 5 dragon secret treasures, and the other was Yunxiao, who was also determined to get them, even though it was still very difficult for him to accept the fact that Runxiang was dead. He had to believe everything that was happening in front of him. The other man was Baiming Kangtian, and he had to kill Yunxiao. Although he did not know the relationship between Yunxiao and Gu Feiyang, he knew that Yunxiao must die. Guang Yi's face darkened. When he saw Dark North Kangtian rushing over, he thought he was going to protect Yunxiao. With a cold snort, he put 2 fingers together and pointed in the air, shouting, "Get lost!" Dark North Kangtian's expression changed. He turned into an afterimage in the air and shouted, "It's a misunderstanding!" Humph! After Runxiang's death, Guang Yi had felt a sense of unease. He didn't know where this feeling came from. However, as a 9-stars martial emperor, he would not make empty claims. Something must have happened. Among all the people present, the only one who could pose a threat to him at this moment was Dark North Kangtian. Therefore, when he saw Dark North Kangtian make a move, he was even more certain of his decision. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he said coldly, "If it's a misunderstanding, then get lost." As he spat out the word scram, cold stars began to fall from his hands, and every move he made was aimed at taking Dark North Kangtian's life. Dark North Kangtian flew into a rage. He was a peak 8-stars martial emperor expert, but he was scolded like a child by the other party. He was instantly enraged and shouted, "Fuck off! Don't think I'm afraid of you." With a flip of his hand, the move "My life is boundless" rose and slammed down from the sky. A nebula suddenly appeared in the sky, and strange phenomena appeared. Guang Yuan's expression changed drastically. That move, "My life has a limit," produced a strange phenomenon and directly pressed down on him. Although he was a 9-star expert, his injuries had not yet healed, so he did not dare to be negligent. The spring river's tide connects with the sea's peace. Guang Yuan's hands formed a seal, and streams of water Yuan rippled out from his body, drawing upon the power of the surrounding sea. Like the rising and falling of the tide, they blasted towards the spinning nebula. Boom! Under the bombardment of the 2 forces, the sky was filled with ocean water, which was mesmerizing. Dark North Kangtian retreated at the sound. Both of them launched a probing attack with 80% of their strength. Dark North Kangtian's chi and blood were stirred up, and he was overwhelmed with shock. Guang Yuan gave a heavy humph and said, "If you don't want to die, get lost." Dark North Kangtian's face was gloomy. Although he felt that the gap between the 2 wasn't that big, he was still at a disadvantage and could only stare at Guang Yi with an ashen face. In his opinion, Guang Yi had no reason to save Yunxiao, and most likely wanted to kill him. It would be better to let Yunxiao die in this man's hands to save him some trouble. At this moment, Yunxiao had already obtained 5 dragon secret treasures, but they were sent flying by the aftershock of their palms. He was extremely weak now, and in order to kill Ruoxiang, he had used all his trump cards at all costs. Seeing Guang Yuan approaching step by step, the calabash little King Kong and the big crocodile guarded him on both sides. The rest of the people were afraid of Guang Yuan's might and wanted to save him, but were helpless. "First Island Master, you can't kill him," the water deity exclaimed. Guang Yuan smiled indifferently. "Your Highness, this man killed the Crown Prince of the North Sea. He has committed a heinous crime. He must die." The water deity was so anxious that she did not know how to explain herself. In a flash, She appeared in front of Yunxiao, stopped Guang Yuan and said, "I have a use for this person, so I can't kill him." Guang Yuan's expression turned cold, and he revealed a hint of a sneer, saying, "Li Yunxiao, Ruinxiang has already gone to that extent, but he still can't kill you. Now, Her Highness is protecting you. It seems that you really have the will of heaven. Your Highness, how about this?" He smiled gently. "He killed the Crown Prince of North Sea, so I can't let him go rashly. I'll let this matter go if he hands over the 5 dragons' secret treasures that Run Xiang left behind and comes with me to the palace of North Sea to accept his punishment." The water deity looked hesitant. She had also sensed Guang Yuan's strength, and if he did not agree, it was very likely that he would turn hostile and kill Yunxiao. Yunxiao stuffed a large number of heavenly materials and earthly treasures into his mouth and laughed as he ate. "If I'm really going back to the palace of North Sea to be punished, I'll naturally hand the secret treasure of the true dragon to the head of North Sea personally." "What's the reason for you to take it? Because you're too cunning?" Guang Yuan sneered. "I'm afraid that something might change midway. If you want to live, this is your only choice." The two of them sneered at each other, knowing that this was just an excuse for the water deity. Dark North Kangtian's face darkened. Although he also believed that Guang Yuan would not let Yunxiao go, he could not take the risk. Yunxiao had to be killed. "First Island Lord, this girl is a member of your sea clan. If it's not convenient for you to help, I'll kill Li Yunxiao, and you can take the dragon's secret treasure." In order to kill Yunxiao, he no longer cared about the humiliation he had suffered just now. Baiming Lifeng found it a little strange. He could not understand why Elder Kang Tian, who had been protecting Yunxiao, suddenly had a murderous intent. Guang Yuan made a hand gesture, and said with a smile, his eyes narrowed, "Please!" Dark North Kangtian snorted as he slowly walked toward Yunxiao, the killing intent in his eyes growing stronger. Yunxiao was not afraid in the face of danger. "Elder Kangtian," he said with a smile, "don't you want the latter half of the cultivation technique?" "Li Yunxiao," Dark North Kangtian said coldly, "stop pretending in front of me. You should know why I want to kill you. What is your relationship with that person? As long as you tell me whether that person is dead or not, and where he is now, I can spare your life." Everyone was at a loss, not understanding what he meant. Guang Yuan's eyes were squinted the entire time, and he had a smile on his face. When Dark North Kangtian walked past him, a sharp light burst out from his eyes and he suddenly launched an attack, both palms fiercely pushing forward. "You coward!" Dark North Kangtian was greatly shocked. By the time he reacted, he had already been enveloped by the palm force. In a hurry, he hurriedly circulated his chi to block it. Bang! There were no fancy moves, only a pure competition of origin power. The two forces suddenly collided. A cold light flashed in Guang Yuan's eyes, and he continued to push with great force, pressing down on Dark North Kangtian's body. His sudden move shocked everyone, and they didn't know what was going on. The people from Baiming Dark Palace were also shocked. They wanted to go forward and save her, but it was useless. "First Island Lord, what's the meaning of this?" Dark North Kangtian was furious. "Don't you want to kill Li Yunxiao?" He could feel the power that was endlessly being pushed over from Guang Yuan's hands, and it was directly overpowering all other techniques, trying to use the difference in their cultivation levels to crush him. Moreover, this move was extremely effective. He had lost the initiative under that palm power and had no way to escape. He could only fight with his origin power. "I've had a bad feeling since just now." Guang Yuan grinned hideously. "Even my eyelids were twitching. On this island, who else but you can make me feel fear and even hurt me? Of course, Yunxiao has to kill you, but he has to get rid of you first." Baiming Kangtian was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He had made a compromise just to kill Yunxiao, but he had fallen into the other's trap. "You're a 9-stars martial emperor, but you're plotting against me. Is this really the doing of a hero?" Guang Yuan laughed loudly and said, "Hero? The winner is a hero, and the loser is trash." His essence force surged out from his palm, and he wanted to kill Dark North Kangtian at all costs. Although this kind of battle consumed a lot of his origin power and even caused his internal injuries, as long as he defeated Dark North Kangtian, swallowed him and digested him, he would be able to make up for it. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. The first island master is right. The winner is a hero, and the loser is trash. Guang Yuan's expression changed drastically, and his pupils suddenly widened, as if in disbelief. A great sense of death spread in his heart, and cold sweat seeped out of his forehead. Everyone was shocked. The expressions of Cold Feather and Nine Heavens in the distance changed even more, as if suspecting that they heard wrongly. After the voice rang out, a faint figure appeared, and an extremely sharp light slashed down from the sky. "Pincer attack!" the figure shouted. Although Dark North Kangtian didn't know what was happening, he knew that his chance had come. His eyes immediately widened, and he suddenly clenched his hands and 5 fingers, activating all the strength in his body and roaring. Swift as a startled swan, a burst of cold yin chi burst out from his palms and condensed into form. A strange phenomenon appeared behind him, and the attack from beyond the heavens reappeared, suddenly pressing down on Guang Yuan. Under the fierce slash in the sky, the sword light also flashed, and the rules of sword appeared around it, ready to cut the sky and split the earth. Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he stared at the sword chi, his eyes filled with doubt. No one had expected this change, and even Guang Yuan was greatly shocked. He finally understood why he had been so uneasy all this time. It turned out that it wasn't because of Dark North Kangtian. In the face of danger, the potential in his body instantly burst out. He put 2 fingers together to form a seal in front of him and shouted, "Mixed element chi!" Then, he formed a seal with his hands and the seal opened up in front of him, turning into a circular barrier. Boom! Boom! The 2 attacks suddenly hit the barrier, causing the wind and clouds in the surroundings to surge. The ground was turned into pieces of gravel that were thrown into the sky from all directions. With the 3 experts as the center, the area within a radius of several hundred meters was completely destroyed. Everyone was instantly pushed back, and Yunxiao was carried by the golden armored guards summoned by Water Fairy, who had fled hundreds of meters away. With a wry smile, Yunxiao pointed at the Calabash King Kong and the crocodile beside him and said, "I also have 2 guards, although they are a little ugly." The water deity blushed and hurriedly took back her golden armored guard, which almost made Yunxiao fall off, and the gored little King Kong caught him. She looked at the crocodile suspiciously and said, This crocodile swan and I." The crocodile raised its head and glanced at her before going back to sleep. Although Yunxiao had given him a slave seal, his personality had not changed. Yunxiao smiled. "It's refined from Mr. Mo Shah's Montenegro. It's very practical. Remember to thank him for me the next time you see him." The water deity was speechless for a while, then she said worriedly, "It's been so long since I've seen Mo Shah. Furthermore, he hasn't come out even after such a huge commotion. I wonder how he's doing." Yunxiao smiled wryly. He guessed in his heart that Mo Shah was most likely dead, but seeing the little girl's worried look, he could not say it out loud to make her feel bad. The people in the surroundings looked at the center in horror. The 3 experts were all top-notch existences in this world, but Dark North Kangtian and the person who had drawn the sword couldn't even break through Guang Yuan's defensive barrier. However, Guang Yuan's face was also deathly pale. Clearly, this had triggered the injuries in his body, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He said sternly, "Sixth break heavens passing." He turned his palms into blades, slashing the sky with one hand and the earth with the other, slashing at the 2 people. Boom! Boom! Dark North Kangtian and the man immediately felt an unparalleled force and retreated in horror. Dark North Kangtian retreated 100 meters in an instant, while the man flew up into the air. After the attack, Guang Yuan also leaped up and directly flew onto the lotus platform. He sat cross-legged on Amitabha, his eyes bursting with a cold light as he stared at the person in the sky. It was only then that everyone could see clearly that the man standing in the air with a sword in his hand was actually the 5th island master of Xiankong Island, Zhao Wenjian. 5th island master Wufu. How could this be? Everyone was taken aback, and their brains could not quite process what was happening. Especially Coldfeather and Nine Heavens. They found it even harder to believe. Nine Heavens roared in a violent rage. Summon Wenjian! What's the meaning of this? Zhao Wenjian ignored him and directly lowered his head. He looked coldly at Guang Yuan and said, First Island Master, have you thought of this? Guang Yuan's eyes were cold, but he still shook his head and said, I was wondering why you disappeared in the blink of an eye. With your strength as a 9th-tier alchemist, even if you can't defeat the man who blew the conch shell, you won't die in the battle. Zhao Wenjian nodded. I didn't expect the First Island Master to be able to sense it. However, this has helped me instead. You've hidden yourself very well, Guang Yuan said coldly. Zhao Wenjian laughed and said, First Island Lord? Are you referring to the traces I hid just now or the Kasaya? Humph. Humph. Guang Yuan snorted coldly and said, You're not just a 9th-tier alchemist. The power of your sword just now is no less than that of Dark North Kangtian. I'm afraid he's already half a step into the 9-star level. As soon as these words came out, everyone turned pale with fright. Dark North Kangtian's expression also changed slightly. The power of Zhao Wenjian's sword was indeed not inferior to his ultimate move. Yun Xiao was the only one who looked thoughtful, as if he had thought of something, but he dared not confirm it. Zhao Wenjian laughed. The First Island Lord has good eyes. Guang Yuan said coldly, You've been hiding in the Xiankong Island for so many years without leaving any traces. I'm truly impressed. I'm very curious about your thoughts and purpose. Zhao Wenjian chuckled and said, Is the First Island Lord stalling for time? However, with your injuries it's useless to delay, right? It's worth it for you to hide for several decades and let your old injuries relapse. You've indeed investigated me, Guang Yuan said coldly. Zhao Wenjian smiled bitterly. First Island Lord, you are too serious. With your suspicious character, it is indeed very difficult for me to deduce the cause and effect of some things. By the way, my disciple was most likely eaten by you, right? Guang Yuan snorted coldly and said, You're so heartless. You're not even sad that your disciple was eaten. But it doesn't matter. I'll send you to see him immediately. Zhao Wenjian sighed. Life and death are determined by fate. I can only blame my disciple for having a bad life. As his master, I can only help him take revenge. The two of them talked back and forth as if they were having a casual conversation. But the content was extremely fierce, and everyone's faces were black as they listened. Guang Yuan sneered. Humans are indeed a sinister and cunning race. Your goal is to hear what I've heard, right? Zhao Wenjian nodded. I wasn't before I came to Xiankong Island, but after I met the First Island Master I became his. Guang Yuan nodded and said, Understood, although I still have some doubts. I've decided to skin you first before interrogating you. His face revealed a ferocious expression, and his aura slowly rose. Zhao Wenjian immediately became alert. He held his long sword horizontally in front of him and pointed it at Guang Yuan. Streaks of golden runes swirled around his long sword, drawing upon the power of heaven and earth to form a boundless sea of swords. Elder Kong Tian, how about we join forces to kill the First Island Master? Otherwise, he would never let you go. Zhao Wenjian said in a serious voice, wanting to pull Baiming Kangtian into the battle together so that they would have a greater chance of winning. Dark North Kangtian's face turned cold as he shouted, Good, but after I kill Li Yunxiao, I'll join hands with you. Zhao Wenjian's expression changed slightly. He wanted to say something but stopped. At this moment, all of his attention was on guarding against Guang Yuan, and he had no time to be distracted. Dark North Kangtian flew up into the air, leaving several afterimages in the air. Like a ROC, he fell toward Yunxiao with an amazing power. Yunxiao's face flickered, while the Calabash King Kong and the crocodile both opened their eyes and stared nervously. The water deity also summoned the golden armored guards and stood in front of her. Bang! Suddenly, a loud explosion came from the ground. A golden light rushed up and drew countless lines in the air. Circles of strange power gathered into a palm and slapped towards Dark North Kangtian. Boom! Dark North Kangtian's pupils constricted. He had already seen who the newcomer was. In a great rage, he roared and threw out a punch. The two forces collided in the air, forcing the two of them to take a few steps back. Old man Biming, the battle between us isn't over yet. The man laughed. The crowd turned their gazes over and saw the figure of the man in the light. He was the second island master of the Xiankong Island. Damn it! Dark North Kangtian was shocked and furious. Get out of my way, and I'll fight you to my heart's content after I kill Yunxiao. In order to kill Yunxiao, he could do nothing now. The more he could not kill him, the more anxious he became. The guest wagged his index finger and chuckled. If you want to kill Li Yunxiao, you have to get past me first. You coward! Damn you! Dark North Kangtian was furious and said furiously, You stupid thing! The veins on his head were bulging as he roared and charged at the guests. Boom! The two of them fought again in the air. Dark North Kangtian was using all his strength in every move, hoping to win as soon as possible so that he could kill Yunxiao. However, he had just exchanged a few moves with Guang Yuan, so his origin power had been greatly exhausted, while the officials and guests had rested for a long time. Under this situation, the only advantage they had disappeared, and the two of them fought to a draw. Yunxiao breathed a heavy sigh of relief. He was safe for the time being, but only by recovering his strength as soon as possible could he be truly safe. Fortunately, he had exchanged a lot of heavenly treasures in the market before, so he just chewed and swallowed them like he was eating snacks. This made Water Deity look at him strangely. Guang Yuan raised his head, stared at the sky, and said, Honored guest, let's join forces and kill Zhao Wenjian. The guest was having a good time fighting and laughed. No problem, but I'll kill this person first. Arrogant. Dark North Kangtian's anger was burning, and every move he made was with his full strength. The two of them were fighting extremely fiercely, and streams of Yuan power shot out. No one dared to come close within 1,000 meters. Guang Yuan's expression immediately darkened. The words honored guest were just an excuse. With his strength, it would be at best if he could not be defeated. Ha ha, First Island Master. It seems that the brothers all have their own thoughts. Zhao Wenjian laughed. Under the cold light of the sword, his smile seemed extremely cold. Zhao Wenjian, don't be too arrogant. We're here to kill you. The Nine Heavens and Cold Feather in the distance were both greatly enraged. The two of them turned into rays of light and rushed over, each displaying shocking ultimate skills in the air, pressing down from high above. Zhao Wenjian's expression turned cold and he snorted, Island Masters, you should take a rest at the side. He conjured a sword spell, and countless golden sword talismans poured into the sword. He turned around and slashed. An ocean of sword chi appeared in an instant, and the entire sky was split open. This sword attack caused an even greater commotion than the one caused by Dark North Kangtian and the others. Boom! Three forces bombarded together. The sword light actually directly cut through Nine Heavens and Cold Feather's attacks, sending the two people flying. How could this be? The two of them were dumbfounded, unable to accept the reality in front of them. He had always been the weakest among the 5 island masters, but he could defeat them all with a casual sword strike. Thank you, Island Masters. Guang Yuan's voice rang out, and Amitabha flashed with golden light. His figure disappeared, and in the next moment he appeared directly behind Zhao Wenjian. You still dare to divert your attention to attack me when I'm ready to attack at any time. Are you really stupid or arrogant? As Guang Yuan's cold voice fell, a golden light slashed down from his hand, instantly splitting space and directly cutting Zhao Wenjian in half. First Island Lord. If I didn't make sufficient preparations, would I dare to be so conceited? That Zhao Wenjian, who had been cut in half, turned into a ray of light and disappeared in the air. An ice-cold voice came from behind Guang Yuan, and a sword stabbed out. The sword light was as dazzling as the sun. Swish! Guang Yuan hurriedly turned around. The sword had pierced directly into his chest, and fresh blood was soaking through it. Ah! Everyone turned pale with fright. 9 heavens even roared. First Island Master. Only Yunxiao and Water Deity remained calm, staring at each other in confusion. A hint of a smile appeared on Guang Yuan's calm face, and he said in a cold voice, "Even a wise man can make a mistake. You are a 9th-tier alchemist. Can't I take this into account?" "What?" Under the shocked gazes of Zhao Wenjian and the crowd, Guang Yuan, who had been pierced by the sword, also turned into a golden light and disappeared. A terrifying pressure descended from the sky, and Guang Yuan's figure appeared above Zhao Wenjian's head. He grinned hideously and said, "After so many years of hiding, he's instantly turned into nothingness in a single defeat." He slammed his palm down with all his might, and the same golden light as the magnificent Dharma lotus platform flashed in his hand. Zhao Wenjian's eyes revealed a look of horror. Before he could even shout, he was hit by the palm force and slammed into the ground with a scream. Boom! A deep pit was formed on the ground, and dust flew into the air. Humph! Guang Yuan laughed coldly and retracted his palm force. Just now, he had borrowed the power of Amitabha and had already suffered some backlash. In addition, he had been injured by the joint attack of Zhao Wenjian and Baiming Kangtian. So his body was already in a bad state. Arg! Devil Sand! The water deity suddenly cried out in alarm. Guang Yuan's expression suddenly changed, and he looked down in shock. Zhao Wenjian, who he had killed with a palm strike, had actually become Emo Sha's corpse. The water deity's eyes were filled with tears, and her face was filled with sorrow. Although Emo Sha was her servant, she had known him for a long time and had long treated him like family. "First Island Master, you actually killed Emo Sha. I'm going to kill you," the water deity cried out in grief, and golden rays began to appear on her body. "Calm down. Are you going to die now?" Yun Xiao immediately stopped her, his eyes flashing with surprise. Emo Sha's corpse was clearly killed long ago and had been refined into a puppet. That Zhao Wenjian was indeed someone with shocking intelligence. He was an extremely troublesome expert. Guang Yuan's entire body went cold, and an extremely great sense of fear descended. "The First Island Master is so cruel. I've worked for you for so many years and refined countless profound-level weapons. Are you so cruel that you want to kill me with one palm?" Zhao Wenjian's cold voice rang out. "Since that's the case, there's no need for me to be merciful." Clang! The sound of swords rang out, and countless sword regulations gathered, stabbing at Guang Yuan from behind. A sense of death spread from his heart. In his great shock, Guang Yuan roared in anger. "Sky-piercing finger!" He clenched 2 of his fingers together, and they emitted a boundless golden light. There was even a faint illusion of a lotus flower on them. The golden light was boundless, and it pointed towards the sword light. Bang! Wherever his finger gesture landed, the sword gleam was instantly devoured. It was like a cannon hitting a mosquito. All the power fell into the void, and a golden energy ball appeared in the air under the force of his finger. Ah! Guang Yuan turned pale with fright, and beads of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The sword technique in front of him was actually a feint. Boom! The space above his head suddenly exploded, and a huge energy storm swept over. In the center of the storm was a huge sword that slashed down from the sky. Beside the giant sword, under the cold light, Zhao Wenjian's figure could be seen. His face was cold as he said, "Wailing sword rain wind evil tune." His figure and the huge sword fell at the same time, like a god descending to the world, so awe-inspiring that it was impossible to offend. Guang Yuan was so scared that his entire body turned cold. Under the threat of life and death, all of his potential was unleashed, and he roared, "Mixed element chi!" The finger that had been pointed out was instantly retracted, and a barrier was set up in front of him. However, it was too late. The sea of sword chi had already charged down. It tore through the barrier and rushed into his body. Boom, boom, boom. The surroundings trembled continuously, and the sky exploded one by one. Guang Yuan roared endlessly, instantly transforming into his true dragon body and roaring in the sky, causing a loud roar. What? The first island master is also a descendant of a dragon. Everyone was greatly shocked. The strength of that dragon's might was not the slightest bit inferior to the previous Runxiang. Everyone's expression changed, and cold sweat trickled down their cheeks. Zhao Wenjian's expression was cold. It was less easygoing and indifferent than before, but more cold and determined. He allowed Guang Yuan to form his body, like a dragon flying in the clouds, but he still couldn't break free of the giant sword shackles and could only watch as the sword shape fell. Guang Yuan's hands formed hand seals, his mouth constantly spitting out obscure and difficult to understand language, which seemed to be the secret language of the dragon. As he continued to speak in the dragon language, rays of sword light appeared around his body and grew stronger. Amitabha in the distance was even more dazzling with golden light and lotus flowers in full bloom. All of a sudden, there was an earthquake and the mountains shook. Thousands of rays of light burst out from the bottom of Xiankong Island and gathered towards Guang Yuan. The sword finally fell, and Guang Yuan roared as he reached out with both hands. Boom, boom, boom! A boundless storm of swords exploded, forming a terrifying energy that spread in the air. Even Amitabha's golden light was swept in. The huge vortex remained in the air for a long time, unable to disperse. Zhao Wenjian and Guang Yuan's figures had both disappeared, and no one knew what the situation was. With a reminiscing look on his face, Yun Xiao muttered to himself, "Wailing sword, rain, wind, and swish. It's him." In the entire sky, besides the huge energy storm, only Dark North Kangtian and the ministers were left, and the two of them were still fighting to the death. Dark North Kangtian had nothing else in his heart. He was determined to kill Yun Xiao and kill any god in his way. The water deity wiped her tears for a long time before saying, "You know that Zhao Wenjian? He's also the murderer of Emosha. I will never let him off." Yun Xiao smiled wryly and said, "That Emosha has killed a lot of people, hasn't he? In this world, the strong were respected. Could it be that only he was allowed to kill, and others were not allowed to kill him? What kind of logic is this? This buy-in." The water deity was stunned. She felt that she could not refute and was stunned. Boom! Suddenly, in the sky, the faraway lotus platform turned into a golden light without any warning and directly charged into the whirlpool. Instantly, rays of golden light shot out from the vortex, dispersing the energy in the sky. Everyone's eyes widened. The two of them stood facing each other in the sky. Zhao Wenjian held a sword in his hand and directly stabbed it into Guang Yuan's chest. Guang Yuan's hands transformed into dragon claws, and he grabbed onto the long sword tightly. He was already drenched in blood. Amitabha, on the other hand, turned into a ray of golden light and flew directly into the space between Guang Yuan's brows, forming a golden lotus imprint. "You're so silly." Zhao Wenjian's expression changed greatly, and he said in shock, "You've subdued the lotus. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha." Guang Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood and laughed endlessly. He said savagely, "It's all thanks to you that I was able to keep the Amitabha in advance. Fifth Island Master. Thank you." His face turned ferocious as his 10 fingers stirred the long sword, causing the sword to let out a sorrowful sound. Amitabha has been silent in this sea area for countless years. These years, besides trying to find a way to restore its power, Guang Yuan has been studying the method of refining this thing every day. After many years of exploration, he had finally obtained a Shun methodology called the Rushi visualization. What made him extremely happy was that this set of Shun methodology couldn't be used alone. It had to be used together with their dragon's language to display its power. It was unknown why the sea god had set such restrictions when he first refined this item, but this was undoubtedly a great advantage for Guang Yuan, which meant that it was almost impossible for this profound-level weapon to be snatched away. However, Zhao Wenjian did not know the situation. Otherwise, today's matter would not have happened. However, after several decades, Guang Yuan had tried countless times to refine this item, but he had never succeeded. There were a few times when he wanted to collect it by force, but every time he was halfway through, he would suffer a backlash from the profound-level weapon and could only die without any injury. At the moment of life and death just now, he couldn't care about anything else. He just took it by force. He didn't expect to succeed and save his life. Humph. Zhao Wenjian snorted coldly. Even if you take Amitabha, can you still turn defeat into victory in your current state? Guang Yuan's expression was ferocious, and he said coldly, to be able to design such a perfect and wondrous attack, he's truly a genius. But can you kill me, who has fused with the magnificent Dharma Lotus platform? At this moment, the sea has already returned to normal. I'll only need a few years to devour enough food and recover my peak strength. At that time, I'll definitely kill you to the ends of the earth. But I don't have much hope for you to leave this island alive, Zhao Wenjian said coldly. He struck out with a sword spell with his left hand, and the long sword exploded with a dazzling sound, shaking away the golden light in Guang Yuan's hand, piercing people's eardrums. The sword glowed with a sword light, and with a clang, it spat out a few sharp teeth. It was actually a second unsealing. A sharp pain came from Guang Yuan's hand, and the sword under the dragon's claws was no longer under his control. On both sides of the sword, a total of 7 short sharp fangs were spat out, emitting tiny whirlwinds that continuously attacked, each one cutting through his skin and flesh. And above the sword, countless wind power swirled, and the faint image of a fierce beast began to appear, as if the sword spirit was about to break through the air at any time. What? Guang Yuan's heart trembled, and he cried out in disbelief. You didn't use your full strength in that attack. Wailing sword rain wind shadow realm. A gust of wind swept past the sword, and Guang Yuan was instantly jolted more than 10 meters away. However, he was still under the rule of the sword, and was unable to escape. He was shocked and angry. The sword intent in Zhao Wenjian's hand became stronger and stronger. A bad feeling descended. He immediately spat out the dragon language, and a vast might spread out around him. At the same time, he formed a divine art with his hands, and the Ruyuan appeared between his brows, shining with golden light. It's no use. With your body that's about to collapse, how much power can you unleash from the magnificent Dharma Lotus throne? It won't be an insult to it if it's in my hands. Zhao Wenjian's expression was cold. The beast on the sword condensed and slashed down. A vortex appeared in the sky with him as the center. A sword-light soared in the sky and cut through everything. Guang Yuan's face revealed a look of terror. Under that sword, his heart actually trembled. The power of the lotus seat had been lost too much, and now that it was being pushed to the extreme, it actually felt like it was difficult to match. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared in a flash, and actually blocked in front of Guang Yuan. Coldfeather's entire body was completely beast-like at this moment, pitch-black wings spreading out in the air. Giving a long cry, the power of sound waves resisted with all its might under the sword intent. 2 daggers appeared above his head, forming a fiery red cross, and he suddenly slashed out. Ultimate style sky-splitting and earth-splitting. 9 Heaven's expression was also stern, and he transformed into 8 heads that bared their fangs and brandished their claws, each of them roaring. He took a deep breath, and 7 of his heads became listless all of a sudden. The power in his body seemed to have doubled in an instant. The spear in his hand was vibrating as if it couldn't bear his extreme power. Sweep across the 8 wastelands. An unparalleled spear light bloomed out, even overshadowing Coldfeather's power of extreme form. Under the 2 rays of light combining into one, it charged towards that endless rule of sword, wanting to pierce through this piece of sky. Guang Yuan's eyes were filled with shock. He had not expected that at this critical juncture, the 2 of them would actually step forward. Boom! Zhao Wenjian's Shadow Realm move was blocked by 2 huge forces and exploded in the air. However, the sword chi instantly turned from wind to rain and fell down. The 2 of them suffered a great blow to their minds. They both spat out a mouthful of blood and were sent flying. It was even more difficult for them to withstand the rain of swords that followed, and they revealed looks of panic. A demonic golden light appeared in Guang Yuan's eyes, and he said in a low voice, "Many thanks to the 2 island masters. Guang Yuan cannot thank you enough. Quickly come behind me. I'll handle the rest." 9 Heavens and Coldfeather both flew behind Guang Yuan with all their might. That myriad of sword rain falling down was unable to shatter the defense of the origin chi. First Island Master, this man is too strong. This is all we can do. After Coldfeather entered the barrier, he finally heaved a sigh of relief, a bitter smile on his face. Nine Heavens had also recovered a head. His face was pale and his lips were covered in blood. The two island lords have suffered greatly, Guang Yuan said ruefully. I will definitely kill Zhao Wenjian to avenge you. What? The two of them were stunned. They didn't understand. They didn't die, so why would they talk about revenge? But the next moment, they were scared out of their wits and said in horror, First Island Master, what are you doing? A huge dragon head appeared with red eyes. It opened its mouth and swallowed the two of them. How could the two of them still have the strength to resist? After letting out a blood-curdling screech, he was completely dead. Creak, creak, creak. The sound of bones being crushed came from the dragon's mouth. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. This man was too heartless and evil. The two island masters risked their lives to save him, but he actually ate them. Zhao Wenjian's calm eyes also rippled as he said angrily, Guang Yuan, do you still have any humanity left in you? The dragon head slowly chewed the two of them up and swallowed them. Its eyes were filled with endless ferocity as it said in a cold voice, Human nature? Zhao Wenjian, you forced me to do this. If we don't eat them, the three of us will die. Instead of the three of them being killed by you, I might as well endure the humiliation and live, borrowing their power to kill you. Do you think I feel good about killing my own brother? His hands suddenly formed a strange seal and he spoke in the dragon language. Ancient Maha characters flew out from the Ruo when between his eyebrows and circled around him. Zhao Wenjian's expression changed drastically. He had used his sword technique twice. He had thought that he would definitely kill Guang Yuan. Even if he had missed by a bit, he still had the strength to use a third sword. However, there was only one sword left. Nine Heavens and Coldfeather were both 8 stars martial emperor powerhouses, and Guang Yuan's body had already undergone a certain transformation. The advantage he had gained earlier had been greatly reduced after he swallowed the two of them. Especially the golden light that was emitted from the center of Guang Yuan's brows, which made people feel a burst of fear. Yunxiao's face was also solemn as he stared at the change between Guang Yuan's eyebrows. This was the 5th supreme-grade profound artifact after the Divine Realm Tablet, Cauldron of Mountain and River, Armillary Sphere, and Noah's Ship. These legendary items that were rarely seen in 10,000 years had appeared in this era one after another. There must have been a change in fate. The Amitabha in between Guang Yuan's brows projected the image of a golden lotus, on which there was a faint chanting of Sanskrit. His face became solemn, as if he was a god that could not be violated. This sacred scene formed a strong contrast with his previous dirty behavior, making everyone somewhat unable to adapt psychologically. All laws are like dreams and bubbles, like fog and lightning, and should be observed like this. He chanted in the dragon language and formed a seal with his hands. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed drastically as thousands of auspicious clouds gathered. The entire sky was filled with the image of a cloud dragon, and it was a joyous occasion. Zhao Wenjian's expression changed drastically. A great sense of danger spread in his heart. He had calculated step by step, but he did not expect that in the end, it was all destroyed by Nine Heavens and Coldfeather. Such a strange phenomenon appeared in the hands of Guang Yuan, and the situation was completely reversed. 5th Island Master, accept the punishment for betraying me. Guang Yuan let out a cold shout, and an incantation seal shot out from his hand. That boundless power of the phenomenon rolled down. Zhao Wenjian's expression was complicated. His years of planning had turned into nothing. His face was cold and stern. He raised the sword in his hand high, and boundless sword will and sword light spread out. His entire body was a sword, and he formed his own heaven and earth. Wailing sword rain wind evil tune. A storm was stirred up in the sea of swords, forming a huge sword shape that stabbed at the boundless phenomenon that was pressing down. Boom! The sword force pierced into the sky, and the storm in the sky began to wreak havoc. The auspicious signs disappeared, and the sky became somewhat dark and heavy. Are they evenly matched? Yunxiao muttered to himself. Bo Yuqing's strength shouldn't be this little, what's going on? Who's Bo Yuqing? The water deity asked in confusion. You don't know him, Yunxiao said impatiently. He's not your acquaintance. The water deity was immediately annoyed and stared at him coldly, her face full of anger. Yunxiao's face darkened. He quickly turned his head away, not wanting to meet her eyes. Guang Yuan's maniacal laughter came from the sky. Haha, Zhao Wenjian. The stronger you are, the more this lord likes you. You will become the first stepping stone on my path to revenge. You should feel incomparably honored. The guests and Baiming Kangtian also stopped. The two of them looked at each other from a distance, both of them panting. The smiles on the guests' faces did not fade, while Baiming Kangtian's face grew livid and violent. Yunxiao was clearly right in front of him, but he could not kill him. Moreover, as his strength gradually recovered, judging from the previous battle, even he was not sure if he could kill him. As the two of them were on guard against each other, they would occasionally glance out of the corner of their eyes at the battle between Guang Yuan and Zhao Wenjian. They were both endlessly shocked. Zhao Wenjian's sea of sword qi protected his body. No matter how the strange phenomenon surged, it was split apart by the sword light and could not hurt him at all. His eyes flickered and he said in a deep voice, Guang Yuan, today's battle will not have a conclusion. The rest is meaningless. Why don't we have a good discussion? Guang Yuan sneered. Negotiate. You're too dangerous. Not killing you won't be enough to put me at ease. Zhao Wenjian said indifferently. I'm in danger? What about you? There were no eternal enemies in the world, nor were there eternal friends. There were only eternal interests. You're a smart person, you should know how to choose. Humph. If I let you go, then wouldn't the two island masters of 9 heavens and flying feathers have died in vain? Guang Yuan said coldly. Zhao Wenjian said sternly, do you take their deaths to heart? If they didn't block an attack for you and provide you with food, you would have been killed by me. What right do you have to talk to me? From this perspective, their deaths are of great significance to you. Guang Yuan's expression was dark and uncertain. Zhao Wenjian's words were very reasonable. At this moment, it was indeed a bad idea to fight until both sides were injured, but he had just eaten 2 island masters. If he cooperated with this person, it would make those onlookers look down on him too much. Zhao Wenjian did not panic, as if he had a card up his sleeve. Sure enough, the strange phenomenon in the sky gradually dissipated, and the clear sky was soon restored. Guang Yuan revealed a savage smile and said, Zhao Wenjian, you really do understand me. It's just that the content of the discussion will depend on whether I'm interested or not. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. They increasingly felt that this Guang Yuan was ruthless and not simple. Under such circumstances, he was still able to turn from an enemy into a friend. This proved that this person did not have any principles to speak of in order to achieve his goals, and was completely unscrupulous. Yunxiao's face flickered. This is bad, he thought. If these two cooperate, it will be the end of everyone on the island. Zhao Wenjian smiled indifferently and put away his long sword. His lips moved slightly and he directly sent a secret voice transmission. Guang Yuan's cold and stern expression suddenly changed greatly, almost directly turning into his dragon form. It was obvious that his mind had been greatly shaken. With a furious cry, he roared, This is true! The entire sky trembled under these 4 words. Zhao Wenjian chuckled. Of course it's true. Otherwise, how would I know? Why would I travel thousands of miles to come to the East Sea? Damn it! Guang Yuan bellowed in rage, his eyes spewing out endless flames of fury as he said in a cold voice, Brother Guangxian, I've returned from hell to kill you. A wave of boundless anger soared into the sky, and even the sky changed color. The hearts of all the people on the island trembled, and each and every one of them revealed a look of horror. King Guangxian? Don't tell me it's Ying Luo? Heavens! What is the identity of this first island master? There was an internal strife in the palace of Donghai for decades, but it was quelled at a very fast speed. It said that it was defeated. Arg! Could it be that the first island master is the source of the internal strife, the elder brother of the king of the East Sea, Guangxian, Guangyuan? I heard the fifth island master call his name just now. It seems to be Guangyuan. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. They had not expected the owner of Xiankong Island to be a member of the royal family of the Eastern Sea, the man who had once ruled the entire Eastern Sea, the Lord Guangyuan. Everyone began to feel a sense of fear in their hearts, worried about their fate. Zhao Wenjian said calmly, "First Island Lord, this is what I have heard. With my help, it is not empty talk to want revenge. As for my condition, it's very simple." His voice disappeared, and he transmitted his voice again. Yun Xiao frowned, feeling very curious. He stared at Zhao Wenjian's lips, wanting to read the content, but he ended up failing. Not only did the other party use secret sound transmission, but he also used a dark technique to change the shape of his mouth. He sighed in his heart. Both of them were unparalleled geniuses, and they were both top experts. They were both extremely dangerous figures. Now that they had joined forces and had a supreme-grade Shen artifact, the Lord of the Eastern Sea was in deep trouble. After Guang Yuan heard Zhao Wenjian's voice transmission, he revealed a suspicious expression and said, "Aren't you afraid that I'll go back on my word after taking revenge?" Zhao Wenjian laughed. "Our goals are not in conflict. In fact, we're first here to begin with. In addition, I'm betting, and so are you, First Island Lord." "Hee hee. I like to work with smart people." Guang Yuan revealed a sinister smile. Zhao Wenjian placed his hands behind his back and regained the graceful and elegant demeanor he had when he was the fifth island master. Perhaps he had hidden for too long. He had already forgotten his original appearance. As the two of them unexpectedly joined forces, everyone felt a chill on their backs. "Fifth Island Master, how do you think we should clean up this mess on the island?" Guang Yuan said with a smile. Zhao Wenjian stood quietly and said, "As the First Island Lord likes. But you can't kill that Li Yunxiao. Leave him to me." Guang Yuan frowned and said, "Yunxiao has a large number of profound-level weapons with him. They are enough to restore the power that I have lost. Those profound-level weapons are mine. I can give you the person." Zhao Wenjian did not hesitate and said, "Sure, but the cauldron of mountain and river must be mine." "All right," Guang Yuan acknowledged, and immediately laughed madly. He roared, "All the food, come into my mouth." A dragon's roar soared into the sky, and Guang Yuan transformed into the body of a true dragon. He charged towards the cultivators on the island with his mouth wide open. Zhao Wenjian's eyes narrowed as he stared at Yunxiao and walked over step by step, saying coldly, "Young Master Yunxiao, who is the person under your skin?" There was still one more chapter, which might be a little later. Yunxiao felt a chill run down his spine. After eating a lot of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, he had only recovered less than 20% of his power. If his opponent made a move, he would be killed in an instant. Moreover, the other party's mental strength had directly locked onto him. This mental strength was even stronger than when he had fought with him before. There was no way to escape. "What do you think, Bo Yuqing?" Yunxiao said with a wry smile. Zhao Wenjian's entire body trembled. His eyes suddenly burst with a brilliant light and a monstrous killing intent. Not far away, Dark North Kongtian's expression also changed greatly. He looked at Zhao Wenjian in disbelief, as if he had just remembered something. Zhao Wenjian's aura was extremely violent. It fluctuated with the changes in his emotions, but he eventually calmed down. He stared at Yunxiao and said, "You're really that person? Do you think there's anyone else in the world who can perform that sword and ice sorcery?" Yunxiao laughed. "Besides me?" Zhao Wenjian's body trembled. Dark North Kongtian's face was ashen, as if he had seen something terrible. He felt uncomfortable. The water deity, Bin Chun, and the rest could not understand what they were saying and frowned. "It's you. But why are you like this?" After the shock, Zhao Wenjian calmed himself down and looked at Yunxiao up and down, a little puzzled. However, he could still accept it when this kind of thing happened to Gu Feiyong, a madman. You think I want to? Xiao smiled wryly. Everyone in the world thought I was dead. But you? Why are you like this? Zhao Wenjian also laughed bitterly. The light in his eyes flickered continuously, as if he was thinking of something. I'm very curious about the deal between you and Guangyuan, Xiao said with a smile. I wonder if there's any possibility of a deal between us? Oh? Is Lord Feiyong trying to save his life? Zhao Wenjian couldn't help but reveal a strange smile. Then he couldn't help but laugh. Ha! I can't believe that an all-powerful titled martial sovereign can have such a weak side. Everyone was shocked as they looked at Xiao in horror, not understanding what Zhao Wenjian meant. Was Xiao a titled martial sovereign? They all shook their heads in disbelief. Only Dark North Kongtian's face was drained of blood, and he was almost on the verge of collapsing. At this moment, he no longer had any doubts. Really? Xiao said with a wry smile. Is it really all right for Mr. Yu Qing to reveal my identity like this? You're the junior brother of Lu Congzi, the leader of the Sea of Soul Formation, and the last disciple of Chu Shengfeng. Please mind your integrity. As soon as this identity was revealed, everyone's face turned pale with horror. If they did not understand Xiao's identity, they knew the meaning of Lu Congzi's identity. Zhao Wenjian, who was also Bo Yuqing, narrowed his eyes and a cold light flashed. He said coldly, Lord Feiyong, I really can't do anything to you. However, I must get the cauldron of mountain and river. If you want to save your life, you should hand it over first. Bo Yuqing walked up step by step, the aura on his body condensing as he pressed forward. Xiao smiled wryly. This time, he really had no way out. The calabash little King Kong and the big crocodile stood in front of Xiao and roared at Bo Yuqing ferociously. Water deity also hurriedly summoned 3 golden-armored guards to stand in front of Xiao and said, Back off! Your Highness Water Deity, let me take the cauldron of mountain and river first, then I'll let out some of your blood. Bo Yuqing chuckled. He looked at Xiao with a cold smile and said, It seems that Sir Feiyong is not willing to submit, and must force me to use some rough actions. Clang! The sword in his hand appeared, and he slashed out with a sword light. The gourd little King Kong roared and threw a punch in the air. The white flames on his fist danced and covered the space. What? This is Ing Luo. Bo Yuqing's eyes revealed a look of shock, as if it was unimaginable. He said in horror, This is a swan and ice fiend heart flame. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and his entire person seemed to be in a daze. Bang! His sword light directly cut on the fist wind of the gourd little King Kong, directly destroying the ice fiend heart flame and forcing the gourd little King Kong to retreat. The ice fiend heart flame can only be born when the rainbow stones are combined. You have a rainbow stone on you. Bo Yuqing's expression changed, his calm demeanor completely gone as he roared and charged forward, his face turning extremely ferocious. Xiao was taken aback. Bo Yuqing was the disciple of Hu Shengfeng, and it was this ice fiend heart flame that had scared him away. So it was not strange that his disciple recognized it. Roar! The giant crocodile suddenly roared, opened its mouth, and pounced. Get lost! Bo Yuqing was extremely excited at this moment. He suddenly slashed out with his sword, splitting the big crocodile in half with a boom. The giant crocodile disintegrated, turning into particles that rained down on them. It's actually Tiangang Heizi. It seems like you refined that Montenegro. Only then did Bo Yuqing realize that the big crocodile wasn't simple. He sneered and pointed in the air with his left hand. An extremely strong mental power rippled out and sucked in those black pieces. The next moment, all the black pieces appeared 100 meters away. There were 5 mental prisons in the air, separating the particles and preventing them from condensing. The countless black particles kept attacking the spiritual prison, but they could not get out. At this time, the gourd little King Kong roared again and threw a punch. Although the fist force was mighty, without the ice fiend heart flame, it was nothing in Bo Yuqing's eyes. However, Bo Yuqing was extremely wary and didn't dare to let the gored little King Kong get close. With a loud shout, a wave of mental power rushed over and instantly imprisoned the gored little King Kong. Xiao was very depressed. This man's spiritual power was stronger than his, and he had dared to hold back in the battle of spiritual power. Unless he used the moon pupil, he was no match for this man. Lord Feiyang, quickly tell me the rainbow stone and the method to control the ice fiend heart flame. I can let you leave safely with the cauldron of mountain and river. Bo Yuqing took a step forward, his face almost touching Xiao's, his face filled with desire. Suddenly, their expressions changed, and they looked up at the sky. An extremely powerful force descended and blasted toward them. Moreover, that power contained a powerful spatial seal that directly locked the two of them. That's Ing Luo. Bo Yuqing's expression changed greatly. The clouds in the sky parted, and it was actually the Baiming family's 9th-grade warship that had entered the island. Baiming Lai Feng and the disciples of the Baiming family were standing on the battleship. When they were still at the treasure exhibition, Dark North Kangtian had sent a voice transmission to Dark North Lai Feng, telling him to find an opportunity to leave the island and drive the starship in. Dark North Kangtian was overjoyed. Attack at full force. Kill Li Yunxiao. He roared. Kill Li Yunxiao at all costs. A cold gleam flickered in Bo Yuqing's eyes. At this moment, he would rather die than let Yunxiao die. However, the main array of the 9th-grade battleship was extremely powerful. Even if he took it head-on, he would lose a layer of skin. With his strength, he could easily break the seal and get out, but it would be difficult to take Yunxiao with him. He instantly calmed down and stuck the sword under his feet. He put his hands on the hilt and shouted, "Returning blade armor strip!" Clang! Tens of thousands of sword chi bloomed out, and a sword chi cliff suddenly formed, completely enveloping the two of them. Not far away, the water deity was shocked. She wanted to help, but she was powerless. Fortunately, Baiming Lai Feng avoided her when he attacked. Boom! The powerful attack landed on the sword chi precipice, directly crushing the wall shadow and distorting it. However, the boundless force spread along the precipice in all directions. Bo Yuqing's entire face turned deathly white. He had already used 3 sword techniques against Guang Yuan previously, and now that he had suffered a great loss of vitality, directly taking on the attack of the 9th-tier warship's main array, his entire person was shaken until he was dizzy, and his mind was buzzing. Yunxiao smiled in the sword chi cliff and said, "Brother Yuqing, it's been hard on you." Bo Yuqing looked at his smile and almost vomited blood, but when he thought of the rainbow stone and the ice fiend heart flame, his whole body became hot and he gritted his teeth to hold on. Boom, boom, boom. The bombardment of the main array had finally passed. Eft! Bo Yuqing coughed up a mouthful of blood. He spread out his left hand, and a stream of mental power spread out, wrapping Yunxiao and himself in it and disappearing from where they were. The mental prisons on the Calabash King Kong and the big crocodile also lost their effect instantly. When they came out, they could not find Yunxiao, so they stood in the air, dumbfounded and confused. The water deity was anxious. She pointed to a spot in the sky and said, "Over there." She was afraid that Bo Yuqing would take Yunxiao away. In order to kill Yunxiao, he would even throw away his old life. The officials stood quietly at the side, watching with cold eyes. At this moment, the Xiankong Island was in chaos, and the situation was completely unclear. Boom! Bo Yuqing and Yunxiao were thrown out by the move. In order to protect Yunxiao, Bo Yuqing was injured again. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and his face was pale as he shouted at the people below, "First Island Master!" At this moment, it was already a mess below. A large number of the sea race had been devoured by Guang Yuan, and there were still some who were struggling to hold on, including Liao Yangbing and the other human race martial artists. The moment the 9th-grade warship appeared, all the human warriors were overjoyed. They felt that their savior had arrived. At this moment, Guang Yuan had just killed the Sea Tribe member who used the 9-colored sky conch. Not only did he eat him, but the power of the 9-colored sky conch was also completely absorbed by Ru One. The more he killed, the more courageous he became. What? Hearing Bo Yuqing's cry for help, Guang Yuan's eyes narrowed, and he stared fiercely at the warship in the sky. Biming Lifeng's heart also trembled. Guang Yuan's stare made his hair stand on end, and he hurriedly started the battleship, wanting to bombard Guang Yuan. Yunxiao. Dark North Kangtian roared. Target locked on Li Yunxiao. Everyone on the warship was shocked. They had sneaked out to start the warship before, so they did not know Yunxiao's identity. However, he felt that Dark North Kangtian's attitude was extremely strange. Previously, he was desperately trying to protect Dark North Kangtian, but now he was desperately trying to kill him. What was he trying to do? Dark North Kangtian also had unspeakable bitterness, and he was filled with regret. Biming Lifeng did not dare to disobey Biming Kangtian's opinion, so he pointed the main array at Yunxiao again. Guang Yuan licked his lower lip and revealed a cold and sinister smile. He praised, "Tisk tsk, such a huge profound level weapon. I can already sense the divine power contained in it. It's enough to fill me. When Bu, to the brim. Haha." He made a hand seal and Amitabha flew out from between his brows, turned into a huge golden lotus and flew into the sky. Dark North Kangtian's expression changed drastically as he said in shock and anger, "First Island Master, Zhao Wenzhan tried every possible means to kill you before. Now he is an arrow at the end of its flight and has lost the qualification to negotiate with you. This is the best opportunity to kill him." Guang Yuan sneered. "Whether or not I'm qualified is up to me to decide. Who do you think you are? Moreover, since we've agreed that we're all comrades on the same front, how can I, Guang Yuan, be a person who goes back on my word?" Gulp! Everyone swallowed their saliva. These words coming from his mouth were too comical, but no one could laugh. However, no one would have thought that the two people who had a life-and-death battle before would actually form a life-and-death alliance. The world was truly like a game of chess, and the universe was unpredictable. Boom! Just as everyone's imagination was running wild, Amitabha transformed into a huge lotus platform and crashed into the 9th-grade warship Evil Leviathan like a rock. Golden light shone and the entire sky trembled. The attack of the main array that was prepared for this moment also missed its target and landed on the Xianxia Island. A huge piece of the island was blown up and once again it was torn apart. Not good. The Lotus Throne is absorbing the power of the battleship. The people on the 9th-grade warship started to panic. They had never encountered such a situation before. Biming Lifeng flew into a rage and immediately made his own decision. Attack that magnificent Dharma Lotus platform. Boom! The battleship shot out a beam of light, which directly shook the Lotus platform hundreds of meters away. Guang Yuan's expression changed. This Fa Hua Lotus platform had not yet absorbed enough power, and it seemed to be a little difficult to fight against a 9th-grade warship. Fortunately, the power of the 9th-grade battleship was constantly being absorbed by Amitabha. As long as he could hold on for a while, he would definitely win. Dark North Kangtian was shocked and furious. With a loud roar, he rushed towards Guang Yuan. With a grade 9 battleship stalling him, he didn't fear Guang Yuan. Humph! Ingredients? Are you in such a hurry to get into my mouth? Guang Yuan laughed coldly. The golden light in his hand condensed into the illusion of a lotus platform. They flew out one by one, forming a picture of a fairy flying in the sky, and struck out with a loud bang. Dark North Kangtian's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly performed a movement technique in the air and fled 1,000 meters away. Only then was he able to avoid the opponent's vast attack. His face turned extremely unsightly. He could not kill Guang Yuan, and neither could Yunxiao. An almost hysterical sense of powerlessness spread in his heart. Finally, he roared and flew toward the warship. Yunxiao's eyes flickered as he quickly calculated in his mind. He gave a slight look at the guests not far away. The guest's expression turned serious as well. He understood Yunxiao's meaning, which was that he wanted him to save the man. But he still had a deal with Guang Yuan. He raised his head and glanced at Guang Yuan. The madness and ferocity on that face made him completely uncertain in his heart. Then, thinking about Coldfeather and Nine Heaven's outcome previously, he immediately steeled his heart. Bang! A piece of the sky was crushed by his stomp, and with a kick, he teleported to Yunxiao's side and thrust his palm at Bo Yuqing. "Bingchen, what are you doing?" Bo Yuqing was shocked and furious. Although that palm wasn't a killing move, he couldn't block it with his current strength and was forced to retreat. Having succeeded in his attack, the guest immediately grabbed Yunxiao and stomped on the ground in the air, flying to Liao Yongbing and the others. "Second Island Master, are you going to betray us?" Bo Yuqing was furious. "Fifth Island Master, you and the First Island Master are too smart." The guest smiled bitterly and said, "I really don't feel safe being with you. Give that person back to me." Bo Yuqing said angrily, "I can help you fulfill the agreement between you and the First Island Master." Guang Yuan was currently focused on wasting time with the 9th grade battleship. He turned around to take a look and said coldly, "Fifth Island Master, since he's refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit, I'll absorb this warship. Let's join forces and send them to the west." He licked his lips and grinned hideously. "These are all great tonics." Everyone was startled by his cold expression, and their faces turned pale. No one wanted to become the crunching snacks in his mouth. "Seize the wicked patriarch's warship and escape," Yunxiao said in a deep voice. Everyone's heart trembled as they looked up. This starship was indeed their only hope of escaping the island. "Let's go, follow me." The officials hollered and broke through space, charging towards the 9th grade battleship. Yunxiao, Water Deity, and the others followed behind him, and a large number of people soared into the sky. Dark North Kangtian was extremely furious. When he saw the guests and ministers rushing over together, he shouted even more angrily, "Boom! Blast these people to death." The main array of the warship was still accumulating power, and the rest of the attack arrays were all activated. Dozens of attacks fell like rain, bombarding the people and the broken island. "Break!" The guest shouted and punched out several times, shattering all the attacks in front of him. Yunxiao also threw out his supreme Yang umbrella, which suddenly opened in the air and protected everyone in it. The aftershocks of the attacks that were scattered by the guests and ministers fell on the umbrella, but were all bounced off. Dark North Kangtian's face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. He clenched his fists and violent energy gushed out of his body. His face was full of complicated expressions. The primordial energy in his body was almost depleted, and even if he gave it his all, he could not stop the attacks of the guests, Yunxiao, and the others. He closed his eyes helplessly and finally dispersed the surging power in his body. He took out some medicinal pills and began to calm his heart and recuperate. The situation was getting more and more complicated, and the trend of everyone gathering on the 9th grade warship was unstoppable. Only by recovering a little more strength could they have a higher chance of winning the next situation. Yunxiao and more than a dozen people rushed to land on the 9th tier warship. All the human powerhouses gathered again, sighing with mixed feelings. At this moment, the number of people on the island was less than half of the number before they entered the island. More than half of the members of the Battle Blade team who had followed Yunxiao here were either dead or injured, and a large number of warriors had been buried in this sea forever. The two groups of people were facing each other on the warship. At this moment, they were enemies and not friends, and Yunxiao's side even had a slight upper hand, which made the warriors of the Baiming family a little panicked. "Elder Kangtian, young Master Lifeng," Yunxiao said with a smile. "Thank you for taking me in." Both Dark North Kangtian and Dark North Lifeng bit their lips so hard that they bled. They wanted to rush up and eat him alive. The guest also smiled and said, "Why do the two of you look so pale? It's better to leave this sea region as soon as possible. If we continue to waste time, the power of the entire warship will be drained by Amitabha. Set sail." Baiming Lifeng gritted his teeth and said, "Leave this sea region at full speed." The main attack array on the battleship had also completed a round of energy accumulation. It suddenly launched an attack at Amitabha and took advantage of the momentum to escape. Boom! A huge beam of light shot through the sky. Amitabha's light seemed to dim under the light. Guang Yuan's expression changed. Just now, he had been struck once, and the qi and blood in his body had already been shaken. If he were to be struck again, it was very likely that he would be injured again. However, the attack from the main array had an extremely strong sealing power, which completely locked on to Amitabha. Guang Yuan was both shocked and furious. He instantly disappeared from his spot, and the next moment, he appeared on Amitabha, sitting down cross-legged. The Shun methodology in his hands unfolded, and 9 colored lights appeared on the lotus platform. It was a solemn scene. Boom! The attack of the main array hit the 9-colored light and shook the entire lotus platform away, but it could not break the defense. After a few breaths, the power of the light beam gradually dissipated. The human cultivators in the distance all had grave expressions. Their most powerful attacks couldn't do anything to this person. If he caught up to them, they would be in big trouble. Xiaoyu immediately activated his maximum speed, flying as fast as lightning in the sky. After Guang Yuan took the blow, it indeed triggered his old injuries. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his cold eyes swept over the island. It was a scene of devastation. There were also many sea tribe warriors scattered above. As his gaze fell, they all felt a chill and fled in all directions. Humph! How can you let the meat in your mouth go? Guang Yuan snorted coldly, and the incantation in his hands unfolded. Golden light spread out from the Amitabha, like flowers falling, and a fragrant scent wafted. The power of the golden light was so strong that it covered the entire island. Bo Yuqing's expression changed. He turned into a sword in the air and instantly broke through the golden light blockade. He flew above Amitabha and looked coldly, but more of his eyes were staring at the battleship flying away in the distance, becoming colder. All laws are like dreams and bubbles, like fog and lightning, and should be observed like this. Guang Yuan spat out in the dragon language, and under the golden light, there was an auspicious sign. Everyone's mind trembled, and then they suddenly felt as if they had lost something, and the power in their bodies began to drain away. Guang Yuan's eyes exploded with a brilliant light, and he suddenly transformed into a dragon's head. Opening it, he sucked in all of the endless power into his mouth. Bo Yuqing's expression was uncertain. Such an evil method was actually so solemn and dignified. Several figures rushed up into the air and broke through Amitabha's sealing power, scattering in all directions. Guang Yuan's current power was too weak, and he was unable to seal off some of the elites who were of a higher level. He snorted coldly and said, "Fifth Island Master." "Understood," Bo Yuqing said with a stern expression. He placed 2 fingers on his forehead, and a powerful spiritual force rushed out, penetrating the heaven and earth. The people who had fled in all directions found to their shock that they had actually returned to the sky above the island in an instant, right in front of Guang Yuan. One of them had a cold expression as he knelt down on one knee and surrendered. "Please spare our lives, Lord Guang Yuan. We are willing to follow you. With the power of the few of us, we can still be of some use." The other person also understood and hurriedly knelt down, swearing allegiance. Guang Yuan's expression turned cold, and he said with a smile, "You're all too modest. With your strength, you'll be of great use." "How can you be of little use?" A huge dragon head appeared in the air, roaring as it bit towards the few of them. "Arg! Damn it! We'll fight you to the death." The eyes of the few people kneeling on the ground were about to pop out. They were going to die anyway, so they became even more ruthless. But after kneeling, it was difficult to stand up again. Amitabha spread out a solemn power, directly pressing them down. The dragon's head let out a loud roar and swallowed all of them into its mouth, chewing them. Bo Yuqing looked at all of this calmly and said, "I've already left a mark on that 9th-grade warship. They can't escape my perception." After Guang Yuan had swallowed all of them, he licked his lower lip with his long tongue and said with a smile, "That's a ship full of ingredients." Bo Yuqing's eyes flashed with a bright light as he flew onto the lotus throne. Guang Yuan laughed loudly and immediately activated the lotus seat, chasing after the 9th-grade warship. After leaving Amitabha's golden light, the Xiankong island instantly became weak, and the earth veins that were broken all over the island burst out. The entire island was spewing out all kinds of energy and started to collapse. The surrounding seawater began to gather as everyone left, setting off waves after waves, engulfing the entire island. A golden lotus was riding the wind and breaking the waves. Guang Yuan sat cross-legged inside, while Bo Yuqing stood quietly by his side, his arms crossed in front of his chest, his eyes slightly closed in rest. Bo Yuqing suddenly opened his eyes and stared into the distance. First Island Master is a member of the Eastern Seas royal family and Guangxian's big brother. You must know about the Rainbow Stone, right? Guang Yuan's entire body trembled, and his eyes suddenly bloomed with light. He said in a deep voice, "You also know about rainbow stones? Why do you ask?" "As far as I know, Donghai Palace once migrated because of the Rainbow Stone," Bo Yuqing said. "I wonder if it's true?" Guang Yuan's eyes flickered, and he snorted, "Fifth Island Master, you don't need to know the details. I'm just curious why you suddenly asked about this." "Xiankong Island is gone," Bo Yuqing said. "Lord Guang Yuan, you can just call me by my real name, Bo Yuqing." "My lord, you really won't let go until you see the rabbit," he said with a smile. "Bo Yuqing," Guang Yuan mumbled softly and snorted coldly. The relocation of Donghai Palace back then did involve some inside information. If Brother Yuqing can't explain it clearly, it's difficult for me to tell outsiders. Since Lord Guang Yuan knows about Rainbow Stone, then you should naturally know about Agarine. "My lord, have you ever wondered why the Biming family would come to this sea region?" "Why?" Guang Yuan asked, stunned. He didn't think too much about it before, but now he also felt that it was strange. He was curious about the motive of the Biming family. Bo Yuqing's eyes flashed with a cold light. "If my information is correct, the former site of the Palace of East Ocean is in this sea area, and it's very likely that Li Yunxiao has the 2 stones of neon." "Impossible!" Guang Yuan suddenly jumped up from RU1 and said in shock, "There is indeed a rainbow stone in the Palace of Donghai, and it's in the hands of my brother, Guangxian. There's no way Yunxiao can get it." Bo Yuqing glanced at him and said indifferently, "Could it be that Lord Guang Yuan doesn't know that there isn't only one of the 2 stones of neon?" "What?" Guang Yuan's face changed drastically. "You mean that Yunxiao obtained the 2 stones of neon from somewhere else, and his purpose in coming to the sea area is for the ruins of the palace?" Bo Yuqing turned around and stared at Guang Yuan, saying, "These are just my speculations. Otherwise, I really don't know their purpose in coming to these waters. As for whether or not to go to the ruins of Donghai Palace, Lord Guang Yuan should have a better idea than me, right? Why did the palace of Donghai collapse?" Guang Yuan's expression turned grave, and he fell silent. After a long while, he said softly, "Back then, the palace was abandoned. Half of it was because of the Rainbow Stone. The other half was because of the palace's special nature. However, in the end, it was still because of the Rainbow Stone. Since you're the successor of the Yu Shangfeng, you should know that the 2 stones of Nihong can't be together. How can you tell that Yunxiao has the 2 stones of Nihong?" "Ice Fiend Heart Flame," Bo Yuqing said word by word. "The flames of the heart's demon that devours all things. The flames of the void?" Guang Yuan asked in shock. "Since Li Yunxiao can already control the Ice Fiend Heart Flame," he said suspiciously, "why do you want to go to the palace ruins?" "That's exactly what I want to know," Bo Yuqing said. The wrinkles on Guang Yuan's brows also began to rise, and he also looked as if he could not figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. He suddenly laughed and said, "Could it be that you want me to help you obtain this item by telling me about the Ice Fiend Heart Flame, Brother Yuqing?" Bo Yuqing didn't hide it and nodded. As expected, Lord Guang Yuan is intelligent. The value of this thing is even above that of a transcendent grade profound artifact. "Brother Yuqing, aren't you thinking too well of me?" Guang Yuan chuckled. Bo Yuqing's expression didn't change, and he said sternly, "There can be conditions for everything, and moreover, Master Guang Yuan has just received the what I heard. To fill it with power and completely control it will probably take a lot of time. After all, a person's energy is limited." "But that's the Ice Fiend Heart Flame," Guang Yuan said with a smile, his eyes narrowed. "What other conditions does Lord Guang Yuan want to state? Just say it." Bo Yuqing said. Guang Yuan smiled and said, "It's so convenient to talk to smart people. Yunxiao and all his profound level weapons will belong to me, including the cauldron of mountain and river. After you obtain the neon stone and refine the ice fiend heartflame, you must help me find a piece of neon stone." Bo Yuqing frowned. Lord Guang Yuan's good plan. Not only do you want to take everything, but you also want to control the neon stone. Even if I'm willing to agree to your request, who in the world knows where the other piece of neon stone is? You don't have to worry about that, Guang Yuan said with a smile. Guangxin has a rainbow stone in his hands. After I kill him, I will naturally be able to get it. As for the next piece of agarine, I more or less have some idea. As long as you help me get it, I can give you the cauldron of mountain and river in the future. Bo Yuqing pondered for a moment, then said, "All right, deal. Haha. That's great." Guang Yuan laughed loudly, and Amitba seemed to have increased his speed on the sea, chasing after the 9th grade warship. The entire 9th grade warship was eerily silent. Everyone was split into 2 groups, facing each other from a distance. Most of them were sitting cross-legged to recover their energy. Ever since he learned of Yunxiao's identity, Dark North Kangtian had been frowning, and his eyes were as dull as a dead fish's. Especially now, when he saw Yunxiao recovering little by little, he was even more anxious and at a loss, not knowing what to do. If he made a move at this moment, a guest on the other side was enough to hold him back, and the strength Yunxiao had shown just now could kill everyone on their side except him. It was even a question whether he could not be defeated by Yunxiao and the ministers when they joined forces. At the thought of Yunxiao's identity, he shuddered and felt a chill run down his spine. Yunxiao opened his eyes and gave him a teasing look as he said with a smile, "The Biming family's ice true chi is indeed amazing. Even with Elder Kang Tian's superpower, he's still cold and his lips are pale. It's too amazing." Dark North Kang Tian bit his lips, his eyes filled with hatred. "Aren't you two together?" the guest asked in surprise. "Why does this old man want to kill you?" "Who knows?" Yunxiao chuckled. "Maybe he's possessed." Biming Kangtian was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He glared at Yunxiao, his killing intent rising. Liao Yongbing suddenly flipped over his hand, and a needle appeared in his palm. After staring at it for a while, he said in surprise, "Young Master Yun, our destination doesn't seem to be far from here." "What? What a coincidence." Yunxiao was also surprised. "Is there such a coincidence? Where are you guys going?" asked the water deity. "The ruins of the palace of Donghai," Yunxiao said. "I wonder if you know about it, Princess Water Fairy?" The water deity thought for a while and said, "Has the palace of Donghai moved? I don't know." Yunxiao shook his head speechlessly. He had wanted to see if the little girl knew anything, but now it seemed that she was completely ignorant. "Then when will you follow me back to the sea forest?" Narcissus asked. "What?" Yunxiao was taken aback. "When did I say I was going to the sea forest with you? Didn't you promise to help me with something?" The water deity asked anxiously. "Do we have to go to the sea forest? What if Master Poseidon asked me to stay and drink tea for a few hundred years?" Water deity was stunned. "How could that be? My father rarely drinks tea." Yunxiao's forehead was covered in sweat. "Let's talk about this later," he said hurriedly. "I still have several important things to deal with now." "My matter is also very important," Water Deity said anxiously. "Then you should deal with your own matters first. But once you're done, you have to follow me to the sea forest as soon as possible," she said. Yunxiao nodded repeatedly, but in his heart he was thinking, "I'll go after I've recovered to the peak of 9 stars martial sovereign and can defeat your father. Otherwise, if he went there rashly and was recognized by the Sea Emperor, even if he did not die, he would have to drink tea for hundreds of years." At this moment, a disciple of the Biming family ran over and whispered in Biming Lai Feng's ear. Dark North Lai Feng's expression changed. He was both surprised and delighted. He had also received the news, so he hurriedly reported it to Dark North Kangtian. Dark North Kangtian, on the other hand, had lost all interest. He waved his hand and said, "I'll leave everything to you. Don't disturb me if there's nothing important. Biming Lifeng was taken aback. Then he turned to Yunxiao and said, Li Yunxiao, I have two pieces of news. First, we've already entered the target sea area, and second, we don't have enough vitality stones on the warship. I hope everyone can work together and contribute their vitality stones to get through this difficult time. Otherwise, if the warship stops, we'll all be stuck on the ocean. Yunxiao and the others frowned, then lowered their heads and pretended to be dead, while some turned their faces away and hummed songs. Biming Lifeng was furious. Li Yunxiao, he shouted, don't you have any sense of unity? The battleship has carried you for so long, and you're not even willing to pay some vitality stones now? Yunxiao rolled his eyes at him and said, didn't we agree to use battle to feed battle? We can just search the nearby seas for resources or races and rob them. Humph, Rob, you make it sound so easy. I'll leave this matter to you then. Biming Lifeng coldly snorted, his face dark. He beckoned a disciple over and whispered a few words into that person's ear. That disciple immediately nodded and ran down. After a while, the speed of the entire warship suddenly slowed down, and finally stopped on the sea motionless. We're out of metastones. Don't leave, everyone. Biming Lifeng spread out his hands. Everyone smiled wryly. Ever since the starship had broken through the Eastern Sea defense line, it had been running out of vital stones. Although Biming Lifeng's actions were a little shameless, this was indeed a big problem that had to be solved. Yunxiao was also speechless. He turned to Water Deity and said, Princess Water Fairy, use your eyes of truth to see if there are any origin crystal resources in the nearby sea region. The Water Deity nodded and flew into the sky. The white brocade was free of patterns and dust, which was pleasing to the eye. She made a hand seal and pointed it directly between her eyebrows. Her eyes turned golden and she stared at the sea. Her white robes flickered with golden light from time to time. It was the same kind of power as the Eye of Truth, the power of the Bo family's bloodline. The Water Deity looked very carefully. After a while, she flew down and pointed to a sea in the distance. There's a low-quality crystal mine down there. Then he pointed in another direction and said, about 30 nautical miles from here, there's a B-class race. They probably have a lot of origin crystals. Everyone was shocked and looked at him in horror. Was this for real? He could even tell? Everyone was suspicious and found it hard to believe. Yes. Yunxiao nodded and said, it's too time-consuming to extract that inferior essence crystal mine vein. I wonder if Guang Yuan and the others have caught up. When everyone heard the name Guang Yuan, they all shivered in their hearts, their faces turning pale. Biming Lifeng's expression turned ugly as well. He looked back with some fear and said to Water Deity, is Princess Water Fairy really sure that there are B-class sea tribes 30 nautical miles in this direction? Water Deity nodded. Those marine race members are all carrying turtle shells. They must be some kind of turtle race. When Biming Lifeng saw that she had even revealed the other party's appearance, he no longer had any doubts and ordered, full speed ahead, target 30 nautical miles southeast. Boom, boom, boom. The battleship set off again and flew forward at high speed. Li Yunxiao, Biming Lifeng said, I'll leave the matter of snatching the origin crystals to you later. Our Biming family is one of the super forces, the orthodox lineage of the world. We won't do such a thing. Are you looking down on us? Yunxiao sneered. Are you looking down on us? So what if I look down on you? Biming Lifeng sneered. It's nothing, Yunxiao said with a smile. It's just that someone once asked me. There are people in the world who slander me, insult me, belittle me, laugh at me, bully me, and insult me. How should I deal with them? Can you guess how I answered? What did he say? Biming Lifeng asked with a frown. Yunxiao's eyes turned cold as he said, just beat him, 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 beat him. After you're done, look at him. Biming Lifeng was taken aback, especially by Yunxiao's cold eyes, which were staring at him. He broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly jumped away as he shouted, What do you want to do? I don't want to do anything, Yunxiao said coldly. I just want to ask, Who will go down and snatch the crystals later? Baiming Lifeng swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, "How about this? It's just a B-class race. We'll just send 10 people from each race down." Soon, the warship arrived above the sea pointed out by the water ferry. Led by Liao Yongbing, Yunxiao sent 10 people each into the sea. Soon after, there were faint sounds of fighting and the bottom of the sea flickered. In less than an hour, those 20 people had rushed up unscathed, each of them smiling. Obviously the harvest was not small. A large number of origin crystals fell on the battleship, as well as a large number of various natural treasures. Everyone's eyes bulged out, regretting that they had not gone down. The wealth of the sea race's treasures was far beyond what humans could imagine, especially when they saw the satisfied looks on the faces of those 20 people. No one would believe that they didn't have any hidden treasures. "It's a lot more than I expected," Baiming Lifeng said in surprise. "It should be able to last for a while." Just as the warship was about to set sail again, a ray of light suddenly flew over from the end of the sea. It was exactly what they had heard, and everyone's faces instantly changed, all of them panicking. Not good. Full speed ahead. Baiming Lifeng was also greatly shocked. Everyone stood on the deck, nervously looking at the golden lotuses flying over from the distance. In the few breaths after the warship had started, many more had flown in. "Advance at full speed while activating the main offensive formation. We can't let that lotus seat get close," Baiming Lifeng shouted. Boom! The warship gradually accelerated and soon reached its limit. The powerful airflow was separated, and even the sea thousands of meters below was separated by the huge force, setting off stormy waves. At the same time, all the attack formations of the warship were activated, blasting towards the lotus in the distance. A cold expression appeared on Guang Yuan's face, and he said, "Brother Yu Qing, with such a short distance, why don't you teleport over and kill them all?" "Lord Guang Yuan, you think too highly of me," Bo Yuqing said. "Even if I was at my peak, I wouldn't be able to withstand the joint forces of Baiming Kangtian, the ministers, and Yunxiao, let alone the fact that my essence energy has not recovered yet. I suggest we use the lotus to destroy their ship. That way we'll be undefeatable." Guang Yuan said, "I've thought of this plan as well. Amitba's speed may be faster than that battleship, but the other party's attack power is too strong. If we dodge like this, we'll never be able to get close." "How about this?" Bo Yuqing said. "I'll use a spatial secret technique to teleport Lord Guang Yuan over first. Lord Guang Yuan has eaten 2 A-class members of the Sea Tribe along the way. I'm sure he wants to find a place to move around and digest it. I also have a secret technique that can temporarily suppress Sir's injuries and allow you to unleash your peak power," he said, his eyes flashing. Guang Yuan was startled, and immediately said in great joy, "Wonderful! If I had this secret technique, I would only need to recover to my peak for the time it takes to brew a cup of tea to kill them all. However, what are the after effects of this secret technique?" "The side effect is that after some time, your injuries will double," Bo Yuqing said. Guang Yuan's heart trembled, and he revealed a shocked expression. He was clearly hesitating. Bo Yuqing laughed. "Lord Guang Yuan, you don't have to worry. Your injuries at the moment have already been suppressed by Amitba. Even after using the secret technique, it might not be as serious as I said. It's just a matter of eating more experts after the matter." Guang Yuan nodded lightly and said, "You're right. It's more or less enough to swallow all the guests and officials. Besides, Yunxiao's mystic artifact and this 9th-tier warship are the ingredients for my lotus throne. Since your excellency has decided, then I'll have to offend you," Bo Yuqing said solemnly. He gave a light shout, and several rays of golden light shot out from his hands. Both his hands continued to cast spells, forming several strange patterns in the air, which he then pressed down on Guang Yuan. Bang! 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 With a series of loud sounds, a bloody hole appeared on Guang Yuan's chest. He gave a muffled groan, but his eyes gradually revealed a look of shock and wild joy. "Ha ha ha! As expected, the injuries that have troubled me for decades are gradually disappearing. Guang Yuan laughed heartily and kept the rapidly advancing Ru-1 into his glabella. Bo Yuqing's face was a little pale, but he didn't dare to stop. His hands quickly formed seals, and an extremely strong mental power emitted from between his brows, directly twisting the space and creating a vortex that instantly sucked Guang Yuan in. The next moment, there was a muffled sound in the sky tens of thousands of meters away, and Guang Yuan suddenly appeared. He looked ahead and saw that there were only a few thousand meters left to the 9th grade battleship. He laughed wildly and threw out the Dharma Golden Lotus. Stepping on it, he chased after it like lightning. Not good. The people on the battleship were all panicking. Looking at Guang Yuan's savage face and his constantly licking mouth, each and every one of them felt a chill run down their spines. Looking at the surging power around Guang Yuan, he doesn't seem to be injured, the guest said with a grave expression. If they had been chasing us all the way, Xianxia said, they should have caught up with us a long time ago. If he only caught up now, he must have encountered a powerful Sea Tribe member on his way here and had a sumptuous meal. Everyone trembled as they looked at Xianxia resentfully. He had really touched a sore spot. They were all powerful martial artists, and their fear of death was not so strong. What they were afraid of was being eaten. The guest turned back and said, Old man Baiming, why don't we all join forces and kill Guang Yuan? If we can't work together, we'll be digested and turned into feces. These words hit everyone's weak spot. Suddenly, everyone realized that they would rather self-destruct in battle than be eaten. Dark North Kangtian's heart was also covered in cold sweat. He said in a deep voice, Good, let's put aside our personal grudges for now. The aura on Guang Yuan's body was extremely strong, much stronger than when he was on Xiankong Island. On the way, he had swallowed 2 A-class members of the Sea Tribe and turned them into his supplements. The sound of chanting could be heard faintly in the air. The golden lotus between Guang Yuan's brows flickered, and his entire body was covered in a brilliant golden light, as if a god had descended into the world. All laws have no self, no man, no life, no life. He spoke in the dragon language, and a vast power slowly pressed down like the moon and clouds. The entire 9th grade battleship rumbled, and the warriors on it had cold sweat on their hands. They stared at him vigilantly, afraid that he would suddenly grow his head and eat people. All of a sudden, the attack formations were all activated. All of them locked onto the slowly descending Guang Yuan, and all of them blasted out at once. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of attacks of all kinds were launched, and they carried extremely powerful sound waves. There was even a soul attack array, and it was an all-out attack. When all the light rays blasted close to Guang Yuan, they were actually blocked by an invisible force, unable to advance an inch further. Yunxiao's pupils constricted, and he looked horrified as he cried out, Not good! An intermediate 9-star martial emperor's power. Everyone was greatly shocked, and their hearts were filled with coldness and desolation. The 9 stars martial sovereign realm was the last realm in martial Dao. Every step was extremely difficult. Without great perseverance, great talent, and great opportunities, it was difficult to make any progress. Guang Yuan's face was solemn, and he shouted, Open! Boom! All the power on the battleship was shaken off by him, and the scattered force fell down like rain, falling onto the battleship. Spread out! Dark North Kangtian shouted, and the warriors on the deck scattered like ants. The defensive light was instantly broken through, and all the attacks fell on the warship. Boom! 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 Beams of light shot up from the warship, destroying a large area of the hull. Everyone's heart turned cold. The faces of the ministers and Dark North Kangtian also turned pale, as if the end of the world had arrived. Ha ha ha! Guang Yuan laughed heartily. I haven't had such a feeling in a long time. I really miss it. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. He put 2 fingers together into the sword and slashed down. Boom! A huge hole was created on the battleship, directly cutting into the interior. Ka ka ka! All sorts of cracking sounds could be heard from the crack. Ha ha! What a huge ingredient! Guang Yuan's eyes lit up, and the lotus platform between his brows flashed. Amitba flew into his palm, and then he threw it into the air and it fell down. The petals on the lotus platform bloomed one by one, and the golden light jumped like flames. The power of the weapon spirit rose up from the 9th grade battleship and was all sucked in, especially from a crack on the deck. Large amounts of spiritual power poured out and were absorbed by the light. Guang Yuan could also be considered a genius. In the process of constantly thinking of ways to refine Amitabha, he had simulated Amitabha's absorption power and created the evil technique of directly eating people and absorbing their cultivation, which he had also used to the point of perfection. Amitabha stood more than 10 meters above the battleship, devouring the power of the weapon spirit like a blood-sucking bug. Guang Yuan, on the other hand, descended from the sky, his 2 feet on the deck. He looked at the crowd with a ferocious expression, constantly licking his lips and revealing a ghastly smile. "I'm going to kill you." One of the human warriors finally couldn't stand the fear and went completely crazy. The airflow in his dantian rotated and shot out of his body. He roared and rushed forward, wanting to self-destruct. Guang Yuan's expression was cold. He flicked his finger lightly, and a strong gust of wind instantly shot out. With a pop sound, it entered the body of that person. Boom! Before that person could even reach him, he was directly blown to pieces. Large pieces of flesh scattered on the ground. A shocking sight. Everyone's hair stood on end. The guest roared in shock. "Let's go all out. Otherwise, only death awaits." Rays of light burst out from his body, and 4 light spots appeared on his forehead and chest. They were where the 4 doors were. Soon after, golden light circulated around his body, and countless complicated lines were condensed. One after another, formation diagrams appeared on his body, and his power began to multiply. Quafu chasing the sun. Die! The guest roared as his fist broke through the void like a bolt of lightning. Dark North Kongtian's body also burst out with a cold light, causing a natural phenomenon to descend. His hands quickly formed a seal in front of him, forming a pattern. Swift as a startled swan, that cold light gathered into a single move and blasted towards Guang Yuan. At the same time, Yunxiao summoned the Calabash King Kong and the giant crocodile, both of whom were roaring with ferocious faces. The giant crocodile turned into a ball of fire in the air, rolling away with a faint red blaze like a comet or a meteorite. The gored little King Kong's eyes narrowed into 2 beams, and he struck out with his King Kong fist. The entire surrounding space was sucked in, and the ice fiend heart flame was also shot out. Guang Yuan laughed coldly, but when he saw the ice fiend heart flame, his body could not help but tremble. A hint of fear flashed across his face, and he became even more savage. Mixed element chi. He formed a hand seal in front of him and suddenly opened it. Bang! The 4 extremely powerful attacks were blocked by his barrier and were unable to get close. Everyone's expression changed greatly. Hee. Ants, is this all you've got? If that's the case, then all of them can go into my stomach. Guang Yuan laughed wildly. He opened a barrier with one hand and formed a seal with the other. Divine seals danced in his hand. Everyone trembled, and one person roared, "Let's go all out!" Nearly 100 martial artists' faces were ashen as they displayed all kinds of trump cards. For a moment, hundreds of flowers bloomed and hundreds of birds chirped. Guang Yuan's expression changed slightly. The power of the barrier was instantly forced down, causing him to be greatly alarmed. He had not underestimated the strength of these people, but their determination. Humph! Do you really think that you can kill an elephant with numbers? The Shin methodology in Guang Yuan's hands spread out, and the RUU when floating in the air brightened with light, slowly floating in the air. Under the pressure of the transcendent grade profound level weapon, it was like a vast ocean, causing everyone to feel a sense of despair. However, everyone's faces were ashen, and they would rather die than fight. Yunxiao's eyes flickered with coldness as well, and a light flickered between his brows. Then a vast force descended from the sky. What is this? Everyone's hearts jolted. They saw a monument descend from the sky, and the surroundings became hazy. A magnificent power was emitted, directly pressing down on the magnificent Dharma Lotus throne. This is a Swan Ni supergrade profound level weapon. Guang Yuan's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. He knew that Yunxiao had a supreme-grade profound artifact, the Cauldron of Mountain and River, but the thing that was falling from the sky was obviously not a big cauldron. Did he have two supreme-grade profound artifacts? Guang Yuan shook his head repeatedly, not believing it at all. He had a supreme-grade profound-level weapon, so he was very clear about the difficulty of refining a supreme-grade profound-level weapon. Even a 9-star martial emperor would need great power and luck to completely refine one. It would not only be a waste but also a death wish if he had two at the same time. This was also the reason why he agreed to Yu Buqing's request for the Cauldron of Mountain and River. Such a treasure was enough to last a lifetime. Boom! Just as Guang Yuan was in shock, the Divine Realm tablet pressed directly on Amitabha. Under the collision of the two supergrade profound artifacts, boundless spiritual pressure was squeezed out with a loud bang, shooting out in all directions. The vast power spread out endlessly and swept out in all directions. Guang Yuan's expression changed drastically. His primordial chaos barrier was already in imminent danger under everyone's united attacks. So how could it possibly withstand the impact of this vast power? In this crisis, he changed his hand seal and shouted, "Primordial Chaos Chi!" Dao turning into nothingness. The barrier's power was suddenly retracted and compressed to the extreme in an instant. It gathered in his hands and suddenly exploded. Boom! An extremely fierce mixed essence power bloomed in front of him and collided with everyone's attacks, forming an extremely powerful storm. The storm spread out, clashing with the spiritual pressure from the two transcendent-grade profound-level weapons, forming an even larger storm, swallowing Guang Yuan whole, and pressing down on the battleship. Everyone was shocked, but the life and death in front of them was much better than being eaten. Everyone tried their best to escape in all directions, but the violent energy pressure directly shook the space. How could they escape? Yeah! Vajra fist! The minister roared, and Saint Wheels emerged on his body. He threw a punch into the distance. Bang! The pressure was instantly shattered, and a passage was opened in the spatial seal. "Follow me!" he shouted and turned into a stream of light and rushed out. As if they had seen a life-saving straw, everyone followed him and fled in an instant. Only Yunxiao and Water Deity were left standing on the warship. Yunxiao's entire body was golden, but his face was extremely pale. Originally, his primordial power had not recovered much, and it was extremely difficult for the Divine Realm tablet to fight against Amitabha. At this moment, he was being devoured by the power of the huge profound artifact. Even his indestructible golden body could not resist it, and his whole body trembled violently. "Let's go. Why are you still standing there? Just wait for death." Yunxiao roared as he looked at the Water Deity, who was standing there stupidly, with both shock and anger. "You go with us," the Water Deity said anxiously. "You'll die if that force comes down on you." Yunxiao was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood as he roared, "Pig teammates! If you had escaped, I would have taken the Divine Realm tablet and run away. Who would still stand here and fight to the death? Hurry up and run." The Water Deity was stunned and tears almost came out of her eyes. So he was waiting for her to leave first. She hurriedly turned around and transformed into a ray of light. The golden armored guard blasted a path in front of her and she immediately flew out. After distancing herself from the violent energy, the Water Deity shouted desperately, "Li Yunxiao, come out!" Eft. Yunxiao coughed up a mouthful of blood. It was not only the backlash from the profound artifact, but also the boundless pressure that descended, which even his indestructible golden body could not withstand. "Oh, what a touching story." Guang Yuan's voice rang out from within the energy storm, his figure faintly discernible within. In the center of the terrifying energy storm, he was already standing on Amitabha. The Divine Realm tablet was pressed down and kept falling toward the warship. Yunxiao's body was suppressed by the huge pressure, and even moving consumed a great deal of essence energy. "Is it worth it to give up your chance to survive just to pick up a girl?" Guang Yuan's cold voice was heard. His face was cold, and there was even a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth. Bah! Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood and said with a cold smile, "What does it have to do with you that I'm picking up girls? Do whatever you want. Why are you unhappy?" Guang Yuan's expression darkened. He snorted angrily. "A human like you is really disgusting. It's even revolting to eat you." He performed the incantation gesture with his hands, and the Sanskrit dragon language sounded in the air. Everything has its own laws. They are like dreams and bubbles, like fog and lightning. They should be observed as such. Boom! The area of the boundless storm increased once again, and heaven's might poured down. Not to mention Xiao, even the 9th grade warship, Evil Voodoo, began to break under the boundless force. "Come out, Li Xiao. Quickly come out." Water deity was very anxious. Tears streamed down her face. She gritted her teeth and wanted to rush in to save her. "Pa!" The guest grabbed her and said coldly, "Stand aside. I'll do it." Although he spoke in an overbearing manner, his eyes were filled with solemnness and even despair as he looked at the increasingly large energy storm. "Old man Baiming," the guest said to Baiming Kangtian, "let's work together to break this storm and save Li Xiao." A cold smile appeared on Dark North Kangtian's face as he said, "You must be dreaming. I can't wait for him to die." His eyes revealed a complicated expression, but more of it was joy. With a gloomy face, the guest raised his fist and the golden light on his body gathered in his fist. "It's no use." Suddenly, a soft voice sounded, and a figure flashed in the air. Bo Yuqing appeared beside everyone, staring at the vortex storm, and said, "Guangwen is a mid-stage 9-star martial emperor. Back then, he was only one step away from entering the high-level level. I've heard that the refinement has already made up for this gap. You're facing a high-level 9-star martial emperor." The guest said angrily, "Zhao Wenzhan, it's all your fault. You still have the face to say that." Bo Yuqing's eyes narrowed slightly and he sighed. "The world is chaotic, and everyone comes for profit. The world is bustling, and everyone is after profit. I'm only seeking benefits and avoiding disadvantages. But which one of you isn't the same? For the sake of our many years of friendship, I advise you to quickly escape." "Humph!" The guest snorted in anger. All the muscles in his body bulged, and all 4 doors opened. A great power of a fist spread out in his hand. He suddenly roared and punched out. Bang! The huge fist force broke through the air and directly smashed into the vortex. It was like a stone sinking into the sea, only causing a slight ripple. The guest's expression finally changed. He stood in the air with a livid face, not knowing what to do. "What?" Bo Yuqing turned his head in surprise, only to see the water deity's cold face. One hand forming a seal, her eyes slightly focused. An auspicious sign rose from her body, and golden light scattered in the sky as a light chant sounded. However, it was too late. The force of the huge whirlpool pressed down and swallowed the entire 9th grade warship. At this moment, Xiao became unusually calm. He performed an incantation gesture with one hand, and the energy in his body transformed into Maha-ancient characters that drifted out of his body. The endless power of laws was held in his palm, as if the sun, moon, and stars were floating in his palm. "I'll take the wind and cloud." He struck out with all his might. Endless divine power flew up, and the divine realm tablet suddenly shone brightly. However, it still couldn't resist the vast power and was suppressed. Boom, boom, boom. The battleship broke apart at this moment, and all kinds of fragments shot out, showing signs of shattering. The might of the heavens and earth was shocking. Dark North Kangtian and Dark North Lifeng both had the same thought. He had to die this time, right? If he still didn't die, then... The two of them shook their heads, their eyes filled with surprise and joy. This time they were dead for sure. There was no way they could escape. After a brief moment of joy, they all revealed worried expressions. They were afraid that no one could escape this calamity. Everyone's faces turned pale as they looked at the scene before them. Their expressions were grave and cold, and a sense of despair spread in their hearts. The water deity's eyes were also wide open, and her golden pupils emitted a strange power. She was anxious to find that her eye of truth could not see through the scene. This had never happened before. Was Xianxia really in a daze? Water deity's entire body trembled. She did not dare to continue thinking. Two large, crystal-like tears appeared in her eyes. Very quickly, they fell down like a broken bead curtain. He died to save me. Endless self-blame and regret spread in his heart. Rays of golden light scattered out from her body, and a strange scene appeared in the sky behind her. However, everyone was shocked by the vast power in front of them and no one noticed it. Xianxia smiled miserably when he saw the man's palm shatter the wind and clouds, showing the indifference of life and death. The cold light in Guang Yuan's eyes grew even more intense. That kind of smile that seemed to be at ease in the face of life and death, the gaze that looked down on the world, was something that only a peerless elite could possess. Boom, boom, boom. The ninth-grade warships that were swept into the storm were all destroyed, turning into fragments. Suddenly, a golden beam of light shot out of it. It was soft and warm, and it enveloped Xianxia, whose body was beginning to collapse. Xianxia trembled and looked surprised. Under the light, arrays appeared around him to block the violent force. He looked at it carefully, and the ancient Maha characters flashed in the array, which were actually formed by the convergence of countless sizes. What's going on? Both Xianxia and Guang Yuan, who were deep in the center of the vortex, were instantly stunned. A dull rumbling sound came from the exploded battleship, and then a faintly visible golden battleship shuttled out from it, like the first ray of dawn breaking through the dark clouds and shining a ray of sunlight. Guang Yuan's heart trembled violently. Could it be that the battleship had directly transformed? It was said that after a profound level weapon had a spirit, after a long period of precipitation, it could directly transform into its original body and come out, becoming a powerful existence that could roam the four seas and the world. The golden battleship broke through the clouds and charged into the boundless force, crashing into Umitba. Damn it! Did this tool spirit not have a brain? You actually want to go head-to-head with my so I've heard. Guang Yuan's expression changed drastically. Although the golden battleship had also gathered countless regulations and was crashing towards him, he did not think too much about it. The power contained in the weapon was enough to suppress all ninth-tier profound artifacts. Boom, boom, boom. The battleship instantly crashed into the lotus seat, shooting out countless golden raindrops. A brand new power condensed in the center of the vortex, dispersing the old power. Guang Yuan's entire body trembled violently. The force of the battleship's charge actually shook his mind, causing a backlash from the mystical artifact, the lotus seat, and the qi and blood in his body to surge. How is this possible? Both Guang Yuan and Xianxia's pupils constricted. The new vortex was in a boundless golden color, and a magnificent ancient will rang out in the sky, turning the world upside down and shaking the universe. The magnificent Dharma Lotus platform, the divine realm tablet, and the golden battleship exuded a magnificent and vast power that shook the four poles. At this moment, everyone's face turned pale. A sense of powerlessness spread in their hearts, as if these lowly living beings were just a drop in the ocean in front of that endless power. Everyone couldn't help but want to kneel down in worship under this shocking scene. Suddenly, a delicate figure flashed on the battleship. With one step, it was as if she had crossed thousands of miles. Layers of space and time, countless Maha-ancient characters floated out of her body, condensing into a golden palm shadow, which actually blasted toward Guang Yuan. Void forms of all laws, divine palm of wisdom. Xianxia's body trembled. Not only the divine art, but that familiar face also appeared in front of his eyes again, but with a little more maturity and steadiness than before. The person who came was Yi Fan. Guang Yuan's expression changed drastically. At this moment, the magnificent Dharma Lotus seat seemed to be attracted by the other two profound level weapons and was completely out of his control. Although the power of the other's palm was not strong, in this boundless and vast power, one could be drawn into it if they were not careful, and then they would really be beyond redemption. In his shock and anger, He condensed primordial chi in his hand and slapped it out. Boom, boom, boom. As the two palms collided, the golden light around Yifan's body was completely destroyed. His face was filled with shock. The power of the chi of origin blasted into his body, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. A cold expression flashed across Yifan's face. The golden battleship under his feet produced many phantoms. Endless power revolved behind him and pressed towards Guang Yuan's primordial chi. Among the three supreme-grade profound-level weapons, the only one who could control them as he wished was Yifan. Noah's ship was not only made by his ancestor and must be opened with the blood of the Yi family, but Yinanshan's spirit sense that he obtained in the four-season space in the demon plane had helped him to completely integrate with this extraordinary profound-level weapon. Noah's ship was activated by Yifan, and the pressure on Guang Yuan increased. Not only that, the balance between the three profound-level weapons was instantly broken, and the golden vortex began to stir. Boom, boom, boom. A boundless golden power wreaked havoc and swept up golden waves. All of a sudden, the three profound-level weapons were shaken away and shot out in three different directions. Guang Yuan's chi and blood were shaken by the Prajna god's palm, and he was sent flying thousands of meters away by stepping on the Buddhist monk. Yifan even spat out another mouthful of blood. His entire body seemed to be sucked dry, becoming even more fragile, as if he was about to collapse. The Divine Realm tablet was thrown away by the golden vortex. It turned into a stream of light and flew into Yunxiao's body, sinking directly into his dantian. Yunxiao's body was also empty, without a trace of primordial energy. Even putting away the Divine Realm tablet had injured his internal organs, causing him to vomit blood. All the people in the distance were dumbfounded by this change. Inanshan's Noah's ship. Bo Yuqing murmured to himself in horror. Dark North Kangtian and Dark North Lifeng were completely dumbfounded. Their brains had been petrified. Haha, big brother Yunxiao, we agreed that you would be at the peak of martial arts when we met again. I didn't expect you to be in such a sorry state. Yifan laughed. As Noah's ship sailed through the air, he reached out and grabbed Yunxiao into the warship. Yunxiao's face turned pale as he said with a wry smile, "When did you learn to be so scheming? You've actually been hiding under our eyes for so long." Hee hee. Yifan grinned. He was about to say something when his expression changed. He said in shock, "Not good. That person is chasing us." In the distance, Guang Yuan was chasing after them with a gloomy face. He hurriedly drove Noah's ship into the distance. Although he had completely refined this transcendent-grade, profound-level weapon, with his current strength, it was impossible for him to unleash all of his power. If he were to face Guang Yuan, he would definitely die. Guang Yuan's expression was extremely ugly. He had recovered his peak strength from decades ago, and with the transcendent-grade profound artifact that he had heard of, he actually couldn't even kill these grasshoppers. If the time of Bo Yuqing's secret technique was over, the role of the hunter would probably change instantly. He had to kill these people at all costs. His killing intent rose, and a murderous aura emerged from his body. It gradually condensed into the shadow of a green dragon in the sky, circling in the clouds. Everyone's heart trembled. Although they had escaped a calamity, the entire killing trap was still there. Just as everyone's faces turned livid, Yunxiao suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise and looked in one direction with a stunned look. Everyone looked in the direction of his voice and couldn't help but let out an "ah" as they were once again dumbfounded. Guang Yuan was also suddenly greatly shocked, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets, his mouth wide open as he stood there in a daze. Not far away, the water deity's body glowed with golden light and floated into the sky. In the sky behind her, a giant shadow was slowly taking shape. It was as if it had crossed over and was gradually merging with the sky. This is a Xianxia. When that huge phantom fully revealed itself, everyone was gobsmacked, and a cold chill was emitted from all over their bodies. They were no strangers to this thing. It was the deep-sea giant beast they had encountered before going out to sea. Although this round deep-sea giant beast was completely different from the big-faced monster, it gave people the same feeling. It had the coldness and ancient feeling of the endless deep sea. This huge deep-sea monster was smaller than the big-faced monster, but its stomach was round, like a huge version of a GRU beast. The water deity seemed to have fallen into a state of confusion, but the power in her body continued to be stimulated. Even after the appearance of the deep-sea giant beast, it did not stop. The golden light fluttered and continuously surged into the clouds. The laws of space in the sky were still being disrupted. The power of laws gathered in the sky, and suddenly, a huge black hole appeared, instantly expanding for 1,000 miles. Ah! Everyone was greatly shocked. This scene was too frightening. Thousands of miles in the sky, it was pitch black, and several black dots slowly descended from it. They grew larger and larger, and became clearer and clearer in front of everyone. Ah! Everyone cried out again, and this time, even Xianxia was petrified, his eyes bulging out of his head. What was slowly descending from the sky was a deep-sea monster like the giant guru, and 5 of them came at once. All of a sudden, 6 giant deep-sea monsters lined up in the air behind the water fairy. The 5 that landed behind were much smaller in size, and they seemed to be the descendants of the one in front. They stood neatly on the sea, opening their eyes and looking at the crowd curiously. Gulp! Guang Yuan only felt his throat dry and thirsty. He swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva with difficulty, but he still felt that he was burning up. As a member of the royal family of the Eastern Sea, he naturally recognized these deep-sea giant beasts. A long time ago, the sea god divided the strength levels but did not include these things. Later, the publicly acknowledged speculation was that the deep-sea giant beast's strength was unfathomable, and even the sea god at the time could not give them an accurate position. After the appearance of the 6 deep-sea monsters, the golden light on the water deity's body gradually dissipated. She slowly raised her head and her eyes were cold. The black hole in the sky that spanned thousands of miles collapsed instantly, shrinking into nothingness and disappearing into the sky. The entire sky above the ocean was eerily silent, and everyone was drenched in cold sweat. The shadows of the 6 deep-sea giant beasts were cast on the sea, extending into the endless distance. The azure dragon emerging in the clouds that had appeared above Guang Yuan was like a little crawling worm. After a few moments, it returned to his body, and the killing intent and fiendish chi on his body were completely gone. Under the gazes of the 6 deep-sea giant beasts, he lost all his temper. Water deity suddenly screamed, "Ah!" He looked at Xianxia and sobbed, "Li Xianxia, you're not dead." Xiao's face was covered in cold sweat as he pointed behind her and said, "What's going on with these 6 friends of Ingluo?" The water deity wiped her tears and snot, touched her red eyes and turned around. She suddenly exclaimed, "Arg! It was Toot. Why are you guys here?" "Do toot do do do." Everyone felt a sense of powerlessness. Xianxia wiped his cold sweat and said in embarrassment, "You know all 6 of these friends?" The water deity seemed to be very happy. She flew up and hugged the largest deep-sea giant beast. From a distance, it looked like a small star stuck to a huge wall. Daodu let out a lululu sound from his mouth. He also seemed very happy. Then, the other 5 deep-sea giant beasts all made lulululu sounds, as if they were talking. Water deity was very happy. "This tutu is my friend. These 5 are his children. From there on, they are called Daodu, fluffy, simple and honest, strong and strong. These names are awesome. They're awesome. They're really awesome." Xianxia could not help but swallow as he looked at the 5 nearly identical, round-shaped deep-sea beasts. He gave them a thumbs up and said, "You can communicate with them? Can I summon them for battle?" Everyone trembled and immediately became nervous. This was the main problem, especially for the magnates like Guang Yuan. They all perked up their ears to listen. "Toot toot toot, the others are my friends. I can't summon them to fight," said Narcissus as he shook his head. Everyone's expression changed slightly. Meanwhile, Guang Yuan was overjoyed, and a cold glint appeared in his eyes. If these deep-sea giant beasts remained neutral, then there would be no change in their previous plan. The water deity continued, "Toot just said that he felt my sadness, so he came to protect me. He wanted to tear the bad guys into pieces. He was afraid that he wouldn't be strong enough, so he called Mao Mao, Dodo, and the others over. Toot is very powerful. Even my father would have to put in a lot of effort to win against him, she said proudly. Guang Yuan. Hehe. The water deity pointed at Guang Yuan and said coldly, Toot. He's a bad person. Kill him and take Amitba. It was as if a river had opened up on Guang Yuan's forehead, and cold sweat flowed down. The 6 deep-sea giant beasts turned their eyes to him at the same time. Their eyes were full of anger, and they kept making lululu sounds. Toot suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a black light that broke through the vast sky. It was as if the mighty force of heaven and earth had descended and was about to steam the sea dry. Guang Yuan's face instantly paled. That black light was not only extremely domineering, but it had also completely sealed off the space, making it difficult for him to move. Everything that exists is like a dream, like a bubble, like fog, like lightning. It should be as such. As the Shun methodology of Yuan Shang was used, Guangyuan's dharma was solemn as he sat on the lotus platform. A golden light flickered in his hand as he slapped it towards the black light. Boom, boom, boom. A huge force exploded, and a large amount of sea water rushed up to the clouds, turning into steam. Guang Yuan's golden lotus was submerged into the boundless darkness under the explosion of the black light, and only the faint golden light could be seen. Lululululalu. Tutu seemed to be very angry and kept mumbling. His 5 children also opened their mouths one after another, spitting out rays of black light that shot towards the golden lotus. Guang Yuan's face turned deathly pale, and he suddenly roared loudly. Amitba was activated to the extreme, and he continuously broke through the power of the Toot black light. Yifan was shocked. Not good. He's going to use a transcendent-grade profound level weapon to break through the air. But at the moment, both he and Yunxiao were injured, and Yunxiao had no combat power at all. He could only watch Guang Yuan push the power of the golden lotus to the extreme and slowly leave under the boundless pressure. Li Yunxiao, and that boy from the golden warship, will settle today's score some other day. Guang Yuan's face was cold and stern. Then he looked at Bo Yuqing and said, Brother Yuqing, you're on your own. If you can leave here alive, the agreement between us will still count. Ha ha ha. Guang Yuan laughed out loud. Refining the supreme grade profound level weapon and escaping from the Xiankong Island had already completed his plan. Even though he was not able to devour all of them, as long as he found a place to slowly cultivate, he would be able to recover to his peak sooner or later and advance further. Boom, boom, boom. Daodu and the others' black light attacks finally landed. But Guang Yuan's figure had already disappeared from the sea of people. The 5 black glows crashed into the ocean, and the terrifying destructive power was displayed. The entire ocean was almost flipped over. The black power scattered wildly in the sea, and all lives within a radius of thousands of miles were destroyed. Arg! He actually managed to escape. The water deity was anxious. She did not care about Guang Yuan's life, but she had to get that Amitba. Yunxiao sighed. It was indeed a pity that he had failed to kill Guang Yuan. But with Guang Yuan's power and Amitba's, there was indeed no one present who could kill him. Although the 6 deep-sea monsters could defeat him, no one could stop him if he wanted to leave. The entire ocean was still churning under the black power, but a different atmosphere began to fill the air among the nearly 100 people in the air. The first to bear the brunt was Bo Yuqing. Everyone's eyes fell on him with a cold look. Bo Yuqing's face was also a little pale. He didn't have a transcendent-grade profound artifact in hand, so it was too difficult to escape from the realm-breaking black light, let alone 6. Princess Shui Xian, when you were on Xiankong Island, Yuqing did not treat you shabbily and treated you as a distinguished guest. May I leave now? Bo Yuqing understood the logic, but his heart was unusually nervous. Bang, bang, bang. His heart was beating very hard. You've treated me well indeed. Leave, I won't kill you. The water deity nodded. Bo Yuqing was overjoyed and was about to turn into a ray of light to leave, in case a long night brought trouble. Everyone's expression changed drastically. He left so easily. Wait! Yunxiao shouted with a cold smile on his face. Bo Yuqing's face flickered, and he cursed inwardly. The water deity obviously had a good impression of Yunxiao and was very obedient to him. Princess Water Fairy, Yunxiao sneered. Are you going to get Umitba back? Of course. The water deity quickly replied. That's the most precious treasure of the sea forest. We have to get it back. Where are you going then? Yunxiao asked again. Where are you going? This buy-in. The water deity was stunned. Although she was powerful, it was impossible for her to hide from one person in the vast world. Everyone sneered and stared at Bo Yuqing sarcastically, knowing that he couldn't leave. Do you remember what Guangyuan said before he left, Princess Water Fairy? Yunxiao said with a smile. As long as Bo Yuqing is not dead, the agreement between them will still count. I think that as long as we start from Bo Yuqing, we can definitely find Guangyuan. You're right. The water deity was overjoyed, looking at Bo Yuqing. You can't leave. You have to come with me to find Guangyuan. Cold sweat broke out on Bo Yuqing's forehead as he gave Yunxiao a resentful glance and said with a wry smile, Your Highness, don't listen to Li Yunxiao's nonsense. I don't have the ability to find Guangyuan. Princess Water Fairy, Yunxiao sneered. Since he doesn't have the ability to find Guangyuan, what's the point of keeping him alive? Water deity followed Yunxiao's lead and said, That's right. If we can't find Guangyuan, what's the use of keeping you? Bo Yuqing's expression changed drastically. Seeing the 6 deep-sea giant beasts slowly raise their heads, his body trembled and he said in panic, Wait! I suddenly remembered that Guangyuan had a secret technique that I cast on him. So I might really be able to find Guangyuan. Everyone gave him a disdainful look. Brother Yuqing, Yunxiao said with a smile, Stay here and let's have a good talk. I've always heard of Brother Yuqing's name, but I've never met you. I didn't expect that our first meeting would be in such a place. Bo Yuqing wasn't a simple person. His emotions quickly recovering as he said indifferently, I'm the same. Yunxiao chuckled. I'd like to hear Brother Yuqing's legendary story, but I'm not busy. I have plenty of time to do it. He didn't say anything more and turned to look at Dark North Kong Tian and the others. He sneered and said, Elder Kong Tian, young Master Lai Feng, your expressions don't look too good. Could it be that you were frightened by that Guangyuan just now? What's there to be afraid of? Beiming Lai Feng snorted coldly. Guangyuan is just a clown, scared witless by Princess Water Fairy's aura. He also understood the current situation. He had to hold on tightly to Water Deity's thigh, so he flattered her. Right. Princess Water Deity's powers are unparalleled and her powers are boundless. It's not just boundless. It's unrivaled in the world and glorious in the present and the past. The people from the Beiming family started to praise him one after another, and all kinds of compliments were sent to him. The water deity was a little embarrassed. She lowered her head shyly and said, I'm not as good as you guys say. You're overpraising me. Everyone looked at her bashful appearance and their faces darkened. However, the Beiming family was even more shameless as they started to flatter the water deity, making her dizzy. This was a competition of intelligence. Whoever could win this girl's favor would win. Dark North Kongtian still felt a little ashamed. After all, he was a world-famous expert, so he turned his face away, embarrassed to look at his companions. Yunxiao had wanted to kill the people of the Beiming family with the water deity's help, but seeing that she was dizzy from all the flattery, he guessed that there was no hope. However, Yifan's appearance surprised him. As long as the two of them recovered their full strength, they would have the ability to fight against the Beiming family. As for Bo Yuqing, he seemed to be hiding a huge secret. He was also very interested in digging out some, especially regarding the Ice Fiend Heartflame. You've completely refined Noah's ship? Yunxiao turned to Yifan and asked, Have you completely refined Noah's ship? Bo Yuqing's pupils shrunk, light flashing in his eyes as he sized up Yifan. This unknown youth was actually the legendary owner of the profound level weapon. Even the people who were flattering him in the distance all stopped and turned their eyes over. After all, Noah's ship was so famous that no one had ever heard of it since the unparalleled martial emperor Yinantian. Yifan was embarrassed by everyone's gazes. He said shyly, "More or less. After I refined it, I wanted to find you, Big Brother Yunxiao. There are some things I want to discuss with you." Unexpectedly, the Biming family's people were gathering cultivators to go to the ruins of the Eastern Sea Palace. It just so happened that the ruins were also the place I wanted to go. What was even more coincidental was that Big Brother Yunxiao was also there, so I hid in the warship and followed him all the way here. I've been in closed-door cultivation all this time. If it weren't for the battleship being destroyed, I'm afraid I wouldn't have come out yet. Everyone was speechless after hearing this, especially the members of the Biming family. Their faces were all ugly. Such a young man was hiding on their 9th grade warship, and they couldn't even notice him. Yunxiao nodded slightly. The power of the artifact spirit of a supreme-grade profound artifact was enough to suppress the 9th-tier warship Evil Voodoo, so it was normal for the Biming family to not notice Yifan. You're also going to the ruins of Donghai Palace. With Yifan's age and experience, it was impossible for him to have anything to do with the ruins of the Eastern Sea Palace. The Yi family must have left behind some secret information. Yifan nodded and glanced at the others. It's not convenient to speak of this matter. I'll find an opportunity to talk to Big Brother Yunxiao in detail. Everyone looked disappointed. The origin of Noah's ship's owner was too mysterious, and everyone couldn't suppress their curiosity. Yunxiao gave the crowd a cold look, then turned to the Biming family and said, "Elder Kong Tian, we've been traveling together for so long. It's time to part. Although I'm reluctant to part with all of you, all good things must come to an end. Please take care of yourselves." Everyone from the Biming family's expression changed drastically. Now that their battleship was destroyed, they had nothing to rely on in the vast East Sea. It was no different from waiting for death. But Yunxiao could ride Noah's ship, which was even more comfortable and safe than before. Biming Lifeng's face changed drastically. "Li Yunxiao," he said, "although we are sworn enemies, the most important thing in a crisis is righteousness. We didn't reject you on the way here." Yunxiao turned a deaf ear to him and asked Yifan to transform into Noah's ship, which suddenly grew huge in the sky, about 1/3 the size of the previous 9th-tier warship. Yunxiao's people jumped up with great joy. Never in their dreams did they think that they would be able to ride on a supreme-grade mystic artifact in their lives. "Brother Yuqing," Yunxiao said, "come up as well." Bo Yuqing hoped that Yunxiao would forget him. He was very familiar with this sea area, and it was not a problem for him to return to the heavenly Martial continent alone. He glanced at the deep-sea monsters behind Water Fairy, smiled wryly, and followed her. Besides, he had his own plan in mind. It might not be a bad thing to follow Yunxiao to the ruins of Donghai Palace. "Princess Shuixian, are you willing to come along?" Yunxiao extended an invitation to Water Fairy. "All right. I'm still waiting for you to return to the sea forest to help me." The water deity quickly flew over and said. Yunxiao waved at the people of the Biming family and said with a smile, "Goodbye. We'll meet again. I look forward to our next meeting." Ha ha ha. Everyone on the battleship revealed a mocking expression, and they all laughed. The killing trap had been broken, and they were basically very safe, so they were all in a good mood. The people from the Biming family were the complete opposite. Their faces were extremely gloomy as they watched the Noah's ship turn into a golden light and disappear into the sea. Its speed was even faster than the 9th-grade battleship. "Elder Kong Tian, what do we do now?" Biming Lifeng was also at a loss. He looked at the boundless ocean around him, not knowing how many nautical miles they were from the continent. If they were to fly back like this, they would have to fly and stop, and it would probably take decades before they could land. Moreover, there were all kinds of dangers in the ocean. Not to mention the giant beasts in the sea, there were also many places similar to the Xiankong Island. It was difficult to tell the direction, and once one went the wrong way, they would go further and further away. Dark North Kongtian's face turned extremely gloomy. His eyes were filled with coldness as he gritted his teeth and said, "Follow them to the target." Biming Lifeng was shocked. "Elder Kong Tian, let's not talk about how we can't catch up with them in our current situation. Even if we do, we won't be able to get any benefits once we reach the ruins. It's like drawing water with a wicker basket, and we're even in danger for nothing. The only confirmed coordinates are the palace ruins, Dark North Kangtian said in a deep voice. If we go there now, there might be some changes. If we continue to stay here or return along the way, we'll really be dead. Everyone was silent. Whether they advanced or retreated, their future was bleak. Everyone could only follow Dark North Kangtian closely, completely tied to the same rope. In this environment, no one dared to be left behind. After a short rest, everyone turned into a ray of light and flew toward the set coordinates. On the golden warship, everyone could not hold back their excitement, looking around and touching. Yifan smiled bitterly. There is nothing to look at. This thing can change its shape at will. It is just that I imitated the 9th grade warship from before. Not only did this not dispel everyone's curiosity, but it also made them even more surprised and amazed. There are no outsiders at the moment, Yunxiao said. Yifan, why are you going to the ruins of Donghai Palace? Except for those who did not contribute much and were looking around with full energy, the rest all gathered around and sat down in circles, listening while recovering their strength. Since Yunxiao had said so, Yifan had nothing to hide, so he said directly, Big brother Yunxiao, have you heard of the lost space? Lost space. Everyone was at a loss and shook their heads. On the other hand, Yunxiao's face changed drastically, and his eyes shone brightly. Bo Yuqing also frowned, as if he had some impression of it. Suddenly, his expression changed and he cried out in horror, An ancient lost space. Yifan nodded. I saw some descriptions of lost spaces in the notes of my ancestors. They specifically marked several lost spaces in the realm of heavenly martial arts. One of them was the Eastern Sea Palace. What do you mean by lost space? The water deity asked in confusion. The so-called lost space is actually the original heavenly martial realm, Yunxiao said, his eyes flashing. Many spaces have changed and separated from the heavenly martial realm by themselves, then sealed up and formed their own spaces. Strictly speaking, the 5 wonderlands of the realm of heavenly martial arts are all lost spaces. With Yunxiao's explanation, everyone immediately understood. However, Liao Yongbing frowned and said, 5 great celestial realms? Aren't there only the 4 great celestial realms in the north, south, east, and west regions? Yunxiao smiled and did not say anything, only shaking his head. Seeing that he was unwilling to answer, Liao Yongbing did not ask further. Yifan nodded and said, It's exactly as Big Brother Yunxiao said. The 4 great immortal realms are indeed lost spaces. However, each of them has its own forbidden rules. The most important thing is that these 4 great immortal realms are all useless lost spaces. Liao Yongbing was stunned. The 4 great celestial realms were regarded as secret treasures in the heavenly martial arts realm, and all the martial artists in the world would go after them like ducks. How could such a place be useless? Then what was considered useful? Yunxiao looked at Bo Yuqing and said with a smile, Brother Yuqing, you are Master Sun Shengfeng's disciple and Master Lu Zongzi's junior brother. I'm sure you know about the lost space. Why don't you explain it to us? Bo Yuqing sneered. Is it all right for Lord Feiyang to worm information out of me like this? You just want to know how much I know and probe my background. Yunxiao blushed and looked a little embarrassed. This Bo Yuqing was also a very wise man, and he was not so easy to fool. Big brother Yunxiao, why did he call you Lord Feiyang? Yifan asked, puzzled. The faces of Liao Yongbing, Jing Yongye, and the other warriors sitting next to him changed drastically. They stared at Yunxiao with wide eyes, as if they were extremely nervous. In the previous battle, Bo Yuqing had revealed Yunxiao's identity, but the latter had not denied it, which shocked everyone who heard it. It's a long story, Yunxiao said with a wry smile. I'll tell you more about it when I have the chance. Everyone looked disappointed. They did not know if Yunxiao had admitted it deliberately or if his true identity was just like that. If it was the latter, it would be too shocking. Bo Yuqing glanced at him indifferently and said, Actually, this isn't much of a secret. The existence of lost spaces in ancient times has always existed, and many people know about it. However, its value can only be understood by those powerhouses at the peak of the martial Tao. Everyone's heart tightened, and they pricked up their ears to listen. This kind of thing about the powerhouses at the peak of martial arts and the secrets of the heavenly martial realm made everyone pay full attention. Bo Yuqing continued, experts of the 10 directions divine realm once existed in this world. This can be seen from the many traces they left behind. However, no godly state experts have appeared in the past tens of thousands of years. Why is that? Yeah, why is that? I've also heard my father sigh with emotion before. He said that it's extremely difficult to reach the immortal state in this world. Water deity suddenly asked. Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he suddenly said, "Did your imperial father really say that?" His expression was actually a little nervous. Bo Yuqing also suddenly understood something and also stared nervously at the water deity. The water deity jumped in shock, feeling as if the two of them were about to eat her up. She hurriedly said, Yes, that's what he said. What's wrong?" The two of them relaxed, revealing a complicated expression, but more of it was joy. "Li Yunxiao, why do you look like this?" Water deity asked. "Did my father say something wrong?" "Nothing." Yunxiao shook his head. "I just want to confirm something." Bo Yuqing also nodded. As expected, even the Sea Emperor said so. "It seems like it's still possible to become a god under this sky," he explained to the confused crowd. For a long time there have been two views in the heavenly martial arts realm. One is that it is impossible to become a god under this sky. The other is that there is still an opportunity to become a god under the circumstances. Yunxiao smiled wryly. Although the holder of the second view also thinks that the chance of becoming a god is very slim, at least it exists. There is still an essential difference. Everyone nodded one after another, their faces filled with desolation. Although the end of martial arts was still too far away for all of them, the difficulty of martial arts was as difficult as ascending to the blue sky. Even a small realm, a small level, required unyielding courage and great opportunities. But it was also because of this that the scenery ahead was so alluring, and that countless geniuses in the past thousands of years had come forward one after another. Bo Yuqing continued, "The people who hold the second view all agree that the reason why the world can't become a god now is because there was a huge change in the world back then. It caused the space we live in to change, losing the conditions to become a god. Therefore, they all believe that the opportunity to become a god is in those lost spaces that have been separated from the heavenly martial realm and have not changed." It was only then that everyone realized that the useless space Yunxiao mentioned was not as useless as they had imagined, but useless without the opportunity to become a god. "It's probably like what Mr. Yuqing said," Yifan said. "In the ancestors' notes, there were 13 ruins. The Palace of the East Sea was one of them." "What? 13 places?" Both Yunxiao and Bo Yuqing were taken aback, obviously shocked by the number. "May I ask who the ancestor is?" Bo Yuqing asked solemnly. "Yinantian," Yifan said with a smile. All the cultivators on the warship gasped and looked at Yifan in shock, their eyes filled with respect. Bo Yuqing's expression also changed greatly, and he said awkwardly, "No wonder Xianxia is the descendant of the unparalleled martial sovereign Yinantian." Yifan laughed. "Thanks to the ancestors, I'm ashamed." Those 13 spaces were selected by the ancestors from the 48 spaces, the ones that they felt had a high probability of being found. 48 corners. The others were shocked, but they understood it was Yi Nanshan's notes. Only a man like Yi Nantian, who had led an era, had the ability to explore the relic space and make Noah's boat. "Is there any record in Lord Yi Nanshan's notes?" Bo Yuqing asked. "Why can't there be any immortal state warriors in this world?" Yifan said, "Ancestor had many conjectures. He felt that the most likely reason was Wufu." "Hold on." Yunxiao suddenly interrupted him and looked at Bo Yuqing with a smile. "After talking for so long, everyone is a little tired and thirsty. Let's take a rest." Bo Yuqing was nervously listening to the key point, but he was interrupted by Yunxiao. He was filled with anger, but he could do nothing about it. Tens of thousands of meters behind the Noah's ship, The 6 deep-sea monsters followed closely. Their bodies were too huge, so they were not slow. Moreover, the warship had deliberately reduced its speed so that the 6 deep-sea monsters would not get lost. Bo Yuqing's face was cold. He had emotions but couldn't flare up. If it weren't for the 6 deep-sea monsters, as long as he recovered his strength, he was confident that he could control everyone on the warship. Even the ministers and officials were no match for him. The rest of the people were also a little disappointed, but they also understood that such important information could not be revealed so easily. The battleship immediately fell silent as everyone began to adjust their elemental energy. After all, everyone had suffered great losses during the Battle of Xiankong Island. The Noah's ship galloped quickly on the sea, leaving ripples in the sea and sky. The weather was clear and the sky was clear. Yunxiao had devoured a large number of heavenly materials and earthly treasures before, and he had eaten everything he bought on Xiankong Island that could be eaten. At this moment, he was gradually digesting them and being absorbed by his body. Furthermore, after the battle with Runxiang, his lunar pupil had been struck by the true dragon's power and was almost completely closed. It was as if it was dead silent in his soul, and no fluctuations could be felt. Yunxiao could not help but worry. Yutong was a great part of his strength, and she had played a big part in his promotion to martial sovereign. Otherwise, the other 9 people were all extremely freakish existences, and it would be extremely difficult for him to win against any one of them. Yunxiao pointed out a finger in the air, and a stream of water slowly formed at his fingertip, condensing into a small drop of water. He raised his head and dripped the true dragon's tear into his eyes, then slowly closed his eyes to rest. The true dragon's tear was extremely spiritual, and even the 1,000-year tyrannical saber could be resurrected with it. It was the best medicine for treating moon pupils. Bo Yuqing stared at him coldly and suddenly said provocatively, "I've heard that Lord Feiyang's eye techniques are unparalleled in the world. It's such a pity that I didn't get to witness it during the battle on Xiankong Island." Yunxiao's eyes were still closed as he replied sarcastically, "Brother Yuqing, we're all smart people. Can't we just keep testing each other? You just want to know my current condition. I'm afraid I won't be able to use the moon pupil's power for a long time." Bo Yuqing also looked a little embarrassed. He found that Yunxiao was the same kind of person as him. He could extract a lot of useful information from just a few words, and he could not defeat the other in terms of intelligence. Even without the moon pupil, Lord Feiyang is still in existence at the top of the world. Bo Yuqing laughed. "I'm just very curious. How did your excellency get such a body? It doesn't look like a possession at all. I really don't understand." "There are still a lot of things you don't understand," Yunxiao snorted. "You'll understand it when you slowly learn it in the future." Sigh. Bo Yuqing sighed. "It's a pity my master passed away early. I can only learn more from Lord Feiyang." Yunxiao's heart jolted. He had accidentally released Yu Shengfeng from the pink crystal dust. So Bo Yuqing must not have known that Yu Shengfeng had been resurrected. He probed. "Master Yu Shengfeng's demeanor was unparalleled back then, and I also admired him. However, your master seemed to have suddenly disappeared without a trace. I wonder what the reason was." Bo Yuqing's expression changed slightly, his eyes flashing with a concealed light. He changed the subject and said, "I've only learned a fraction of my master's talent. I'll regret it for the rest of my life. I wish I could turn back time and return to my master's side to follow him for the rest of my life." He choked up as he spoke, tears streaming down his face. Those who heard him were moved, and a tall and imposing figure suddenly appeared in everyone's minds. "Perhaps it is Brother Yuqing's loyalty and filial piety that has touched the world," Yunxiao said calmly. "Before I went out to sea, I heard the elders of the Sea of Soul Formation say that your master, Master Qinhuang Shengfeng, is not dead, and has returned to the Sea of Soul Formation." "What? It's impossible." Bo Yuqing's entire body trembled as he suddenly stood up from the deck, his body emitting a cold air as he said in shock, "Where did you hear this from?" Yunxiao chuckled in his heart. "Why would I hear that? I released him by accident, and we even fought a few times. But, of course, he won't say it out loud." I remember that it was mentioned during a conversation between ninth-tier great alchemist Yong Tianyun and Luo Tian, he said thoughtfully. I happened to be there at that time, and I saw that Master Yong Tianyun's face was full of sorrow. It seems that there is something he is hiding. Bo Yuqing's expression became extremely ugly as he said coldly, Lord Fei Yong, you're famous all over the world. You're a peerless figure. You can't spread rumors. Yun Xiao laughed and said, Of course. I know my status, and Brother Yuqing is also a world-famous big shot. How could I lie to you? Master Nie Shengfeng is really not dead. He has returned to the Sea of Soul Formation. Bo Yuqing couldn't remain calm. He was completely stunned. Congratulations, Brother Yuqing. Yun Xiao cupped his fists and said, You can finally get your wish. Your loyalty and filial piety can shake the heavens and earth. I hope you master and disciple can meet soon. Bo Yuqing's face was white as he paced back and forth on the warship, his face full of worry. Brother Yuqing, you don't have to be so excited, Yun Xiao said with a smile. I can understand your joy at this moment. Bo Yuqing was no longer in the mood to pay attention to the sarcasm in Yun Xiao's tone. With an unsightly expression, he said, My master has returned to the Sea of Soul Formation. What about my senior brother, Master Lu Zongzi? Yun Xiao asked in an exaggerated manner. Master Lu Zongzi? Of course. It's an unprecedented grand occasion of master and disciple working together to create the Sea of Soul Formation. Bullshit. Bo Yuqing couldn't help but curse, gritting his teeth. Gu Feiyang. You tricked me. What do you mean, Brother Yuqing? Yun Xiao chuckled. What do you mean? Humph. Bo Yuqing snorted heavily before gradually calming down. He said sarcastically, Does a peerless martial sovereign like to play these boring tests? If my master really returned, that would naturally be a joyous occasion. But is it really good for Lord Feiyang to be beating around the bush and attack the relationship between us? I'm just telling you this great news because I saw that you missed your master so much. Brother Yuqing, Yun Xiao cried. What do you mean by knocking on your door? Humph. Bo Yuqing snorted coldly and said, There's no need to talk about the relationship between us master and disciple. It's just that I've been away from the continent for many years. I'm sure many major things have happened over the years, right? Please, Lord Feiyang, help me explain, especially about my master's return. It's not a big deal, Yun Xiao said with a smile. As for your master's return, it's only recently. That's right. I heard that the first thing your master did after returning was to go to Yu Yixian's grave. It's said that Yu Yixian is your master's grandmaster. It seems that Brother Yuqing's line has long had the fine tradition of respecting the master. Yu Yixian's tomb. Bo Yuqing's expression changed greatly, and he said in shock. And then, Yun Xiao looked at him and said with a smile. And then, after paying their respects, they will naturally return to the Sea of Soul Formation. Bo Yuqing's face was filled with anger. He knew that Yun Xiao was deliberately keeping him in suspense, but he did not know anything about the continent, so he could only be anxious. He calmed down and thought for a moment. Lord Feiyang, he said, Actually, there is no conflict of interest between us. We are friends, not enemies. What do you mean, Brother Yuqing? Yun Xiao asked with a smile. With Lord Feiyang's intelligence, he naturally knows what I mean. We can sit down and have a good talk so that both sides will be happy. The water deity blinked her eyes and asked in confusion, Didn't you guys already have a great time? Yun Xiao ignored her and smiled at Bo Yuqing. Have a seat. I'm also looking forward to having a frank and open talk with Brother Yuqing. All right. Bo Yuqing nodded and said, To show my sincerity, I'll get straight to the point. Is the puppet on Lord Feiyang fused with the two rainbow stones? Yun Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly as he chuckled and said, I can see Brother Yuqing's sincerity. He casually made a hand seal that appeared in the sky, forming an isolation barrier that separated the two of them. Even Yi Fan was pulled in. The rest of the people shook their heads with bitter smiles, but they were not dissatisfied. After all, the difference in strength was too great. They were not people from the same world. There were some things that they knew too much, and it might not be a good thing. Only the guest's face sank, and he said angrily, You actually want to cast me aside? Without saying a word, he threw out a punch and broke Xianxia's barrier. Then, he sat down in the middle of the three men with a fierce look on his face. I also want to hear it. The water deity also moved over and sat directly beside them. With a wry smile, Xianxia cast another incantation gesture helplessly, separating the five of them and forming a small space. Bo Yuqing stared at Xianxia, looking a little nervous as he waited for his answer. Xianxia pondered for a moment, then answered carefully that Ice Fiend Heartflame was indeed produced after the fusion of the two rainbow stones. But that puppet didn't have the two rainbow stones. Bo Yuqing's expression changed greatly, as if he was a little dazed, muttering to himself, "It's really the fusion of the two stones." He suddenly shouted, "What changes will there be after the fusion of the two stones? Is it in your hands?" "Don't be so excited, Brother Yuqing," Xianxia said. "I've already responded to your sincerity just now. Do you want to show me some more sincerity?" Bo Yuqing's face was filled with a complicated expression, as if he was hesitating. The water deity was a little mad. "What sincerity? Why can't I understand what you're saying? He's asking you a question." The three of them ignored her. "Lord Feiyang, do you know the origin of the rainbow stone?" Bo Yuqing gritted his teeth. "Brother Yuqing?" Xiao's heart jolted. "You know about it?" Bo Yuqing nodded. "This matter has a lot to do with my sect. I saw Lord Feiyang's giant spirit magical power in the battle. It seems to be true fiend dharma?" Xiao nodded without any hesitation. Nie Shengfeng was the inheritor of the demonic servants, so it was not strange for Bo Yuqing to know this. "As expected," Bo Yuqing said. "Since Lord Feiyang knows about the true fiend dharma idol, you must also know about the demon-sealing war, right?" Xiao's face darkened. "Brother Yuqing," he snorted. "Are you trying to show your sincerity or test me?" Bo Yuqing smiled bitterly. "Lord Feiyang, you don't have to be so sensitive. I don't dare to test you." After the demon-sealing war, the demon lord monarch was split up by those almighty warriors and placed in various secret places of the heavenly martial realm to be suppressed. These two rainbow stones are the body of the demon lord monarch. "What? The body of the demon lord emperor?" Xiao's face changed drastically as he said in horror, "Isn't that devil master formed from the black devil essence? He still has a body?" "What?" Bo Yuqing's expression changed. Could it be that the seal loosened and the emperor's avatar ran out? Xiao felt ashamed. The clones who had escaped from the three sealed lands were more or less related to him. Who is the demon lord emperor? How many places have he sealed? According to the sect's legend, the demon emperor was dismembered by many almighty warriors. Bo Yuqing said. He was split into 5 pieces and taken away by 15 almighty warriors to 15 secret places to suppress. Although I don't know who the devil master you're talking about is, it sounds very impressive. Since it's divided into 5 areas, why are there 15 secret places? The water deity was also puzzled, blinking her big eyes and listening carefully. Xiao was also greatly shocked. So far, 3 of Earth Devil's clones had escaped. So there were 2 more? These 15 secret grounds should seal 5 portions of devil essence, 5 pieces of agarine, and 5 pieces of rainbow stone, he said bitterly. That's right, Bo Yuqing said seriously. After the emperor's body was split apart, there were originally 5 pieces, but the 5 rainbow stones actually split by themselves and turned into the 2 extremes of yin and yang, which were the rainbow stones and the rainbow stones. Xiao felt dizzy. Not to mention the 2 places where the devil lords were sealed. There were 7 more pieces of agarine and rainbow stone in addition to the 2 he had and 1 in Yu Shengfeng's hand. What kind of existence is this demon monarch? He asked, somewhat distressed. He's still not dead after being split like this? Could it be that even those powerful beings back then had no way of killing him? Bo Yuqing's eyes flashed with a hint of concealment. I've heard my master say that it's not that he can't be killed, but that there's another secret. As for the strength of the demon lord emperor, only the heavens know. You can kill him but not kill him? Xiao asked suspiciously. Did those people back then have a hole in their heads? Bo Yuqing wiped his cold sweat and said awkwardly, I can't predict this. Lord Feiyang, is your trip here for the Rainbow Stone in Donghai Palace? Isn't the Rainbow Stone in the palace now? Yun Xiao asked. This sea region should be where the ruins are, right? No one knows where the Rainbow Stone of Donghai Palace is, Bo Yuqing said. But the destruction of the old palace and the forced migration of Donghai's royal family did have something to do with the Rainbow Stone. That Rainbow Stone is now in my Divine Realm tablet, Yun Xiao thought. If this is the place where the Rainbow Stone was sealed, it must be very dangerous. It's not strange that Baiming Tianlu is trapped in it. Where were the 15 locations where the demon masters were sealed? He asked. How would I know? Bo Yuqing grumbled. Yun Xiao narrowed his eyes at him and smiled maliciously. Even if you don't know everything, you should at least know a thing or two, right? Bo Yuqing's expression flickered before he said, The old location of the palace is one of them, but I don't know about the others. I've already shown so much sincerity. Shouldn't you show some as well, Lord Feiyang? His face darkened. Yun Xiao laughed and said, As far as I know, your master, Chu Shangfeng, has already obtained Yu Yixian's physical body, and it seems that a piece of agarine has been integrated into Yu Yixian's physical body. What? Bo Yuqing's face was filled with shock as he said, Is this news reliable? It's 100% reliable, Yun Xiao said seriously, because I've experienced it myself. As for Yu Shangfeng being able to completely control that body, I don't know. Bo Yuqing's expression seemed extremely ugly, cold sweat pouring down. Brother Yuqing, is it too hot? Yun Xiao asked. I can see that your head is full of sweat. Bo Yuqing's face was livid as he gritted his teeth and said, Lord Feiyang, you still haven't answered my previous question. Who had the fused 2 rainbow stones? And how did you extract the ice fiend heart flame? What? Bo Yuqing was annoyed. Lord Feiyang dug out almost everything I know, but nothing came out. His face was livid with anger for a while, but when he looked at Yun Xiao's leisurely look, he finally sighed in distress and said, The piece of agarine in Yu Yixian's hands was passed down from my master's lineage. He found that he, who had always had a sense of superiority in his mind, was no match for Yun Xiao at all. So, he had to say honestly, after generations of research, this rainbow stone is actually formed by the convergence of yin and yang qi, representing extreme yin and extreme yang respectively, and can completely transform the human body into a divine body of 2 extremes. However, the side effects are also extremely great. After all, it's the body of a demon lord emperor, and it's easy to shake people's minds. Even a peak martial artist might not be able to resist the strange power inside. It was only then that Yun Xiao remembered that the previous city lord of Red Moon City, Ning Kuei, was said to have gone crazy because of the agarine, which led to his disappearance. The dual polarity divine body, one of the few supreme physiques in the world? The guest asked solemnly. That's right. Bo Yuqing nodded. It's a supreme divine body that's comparable to the second island master's sacred wheel body. Yun Xiao suddenly thought of something and said, Brother Yuqing, have you ever heard of the 9-yang divine body? Is this related to the dual polarity divine body? Bo Yuqing's face flickered as he looked at Yun Xiao and said, Are you talking about the 9-yang body that Gu Qingqing of Shenshao Palace had? It is. Yun Xiao nodded. In order to cultivate the ultimate 9-yang divine body, Yun Xiang had gone to that unknown place, and it was said that it was the guidance left behind by Gu Qingqing. Bo Yuqing pondered for a while before saying, Gu Qingqing refined a rainbow stone back then. What? Yun Xiao's face changed drastically, and he looked extremely horrified. Are you sure? Bo Yuqing looked at him strangely, not understanding why he was so excited. He nodded and said, I don't know where the 10 pieces of rainbow stone were taken to, but Gu Qingqing did have the rainbow stone and successfully refined it. That was how she was able to achieve great success and defeat the demon race. He looked at Yun Xiao, who had a complicated expression on his face, and continued, The reason why I know about this is because the successor of my line was defeated by Gu Qingqing in order to get back the rainbow stone. In the end, he died with hatred. These are all recorded in the sect's notes. Suddenly, a murderous aura emanated from Yun Xiao's body, as if his heart was extremely disturbed. Then, if I want the 9 yang divine body to be at large success, do I have to refine rainbow stones? Bo Yuqing nodded. Second Island Master should know best. Cultivating the divine body is cultivating the 8 gates of the physical body. As long as all 8 gates are opened, one can sanctify their physical body and step into the peak of martial arts with the power of the physical body, peeking into the immortal realm. However, even the Second Island Master, who is a rare sage with supreme body, only opened 4 gates. How many people have opened all 8 gates in the past? That's true, the guest agreed. The world's most powerful man, Ao Chongkong, should be a master with all 8 gates opened. When he mentioned this name, his eyes flashed with a light, as if he was extremely reverent and eager. Bo Yuqing's pupils constricted, a strange look in his eyes, as if he had thought of something. Yunxiao's mind was in a mess at the moment. If he was right, the place Yunxiang was going to was the place where Gu Qingqing had left the rainbow stone. One must know that even Ning Kuwei, that kind of expert, was unable to refine and absorb the rainbow stone. Even Yu Shengfeng did not dare to take it out and refine it himself, and instead wanted to possess Yu Yixin's body. What about Luo Yunxiang? The more Yunxiao thought about it, the more irritated he became. A murderous aura kept surging out of his body, causing the faces of the few people around him to change. What are you doing, Li Yunxiao? The water deity was shocked. Yunxiao suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with killing intent. The water deity was startled and cried out in alarm. Her emotions seemed to have directly affected the 6 deep-sea monsters in the distance. The sound of stormy waves came from the back of the warship, and the 6 monsters were making lulululu sounds. The demonic dragon's voice came from his body. Don't worry too much. Don't forget that Yunxiang has the 9 yang divine body, which is very close to the so-called dual extreme physiques. Moreover, she has cultivated the 9 yang divine technique, which is a divine power left behind by Gu Qingqing. All of this is probably in preparation for refining the rainbow stone. She has no reason to harm her own descendants. Yunxiao pondered for a moment and agreed with the dragon's words. According to the rules of Shenxiao Palace, only those with the divine body of 9 yang could cultivate the 9 yang divine technique, and over the years, Yunxiang was the only one qualified to do so. The divine body and the divine technique should be the key to refining rainbow stones. Since Gu Qingqing had made such an arrangement, she must have had her reasons. At the thought of this, Yunxiao's state of mind gradually calmed down, and he retracted all his murderous aura. Yunxiao glanced at Water Fairy and said, "I'm fine. I was just a little excited." Yifan stuck out his tongue and looked at the 6 deep-sea beasts that were roaring behind him. He smiled bitterly. "Big brother Yunxiao, don't get too excited. Otherwise, my Noah's ship might not be able to withstand the attack of those 6 meatballs." "Meatball? What meatball? You're the meatball, your entire family is meatballs." The water deity jumped up. She stared at Yifan in anger. She shouted, "They have names. Their mother's name is Toot, and from left to right, the 5 babies are called Daodu, Fluffy, Simple-Minded, Yaya, and Strong." Yifan Wan. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, tightening his thin body. Bo Yuqing's eyes flickered as he probed. Could it be that the 9 yang divine body has reappeared? "None of your business," Yunxiao said impatiently. "It's none of your business. And what's with that ice fiend heart flame?" Bo Yuqing was extremely displeased, but although the other party had the body of a youth, his soul was a peerless martial sovereign, so he could only endure it. The ice fiend heart flame is the void flame produced after the 2 rainbow stones combined. It's also known as the heart demon flame and the sighing flame. It's a divine flame that can burn all things. Anyone who touches it will die. He recalled the punch of the gourd little King Kong, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Yunxiao frowned. "Touch and you'll die? Why is it that I've used it so many times, but sometimes I can't even hurt people?" Bo Yuqing also said with a strange expression, "I'll have to ask you about that. That white flame is indeed the ice fiend heart flame, but its power seems to be much weaker than the legends." He stopped for a moment and seemed to be talking to himself. Do I have to gather the 5 complete rainbow double stones and reconstruct the body of the Devil Lord in order to produce the void fire that can devour everything? Xianxia was also puzzled, but he had already guessed some of the reasons. The Ice Fiend Heart Flame was accidentally contaminated by the gourd little King Kong from Shaohong, so it was normal that it was not powerful enough when it was used on its own. Moreover, Bo Yuqing's analysis was also very reasonable. Back then, the records about the Ice Fiend Heart Flame were all divine flames in the hands of the Demon Lord Emperor. After the Demon Lord Emperor's body was separated, this fire had disappeared from the world. Bo Yuqing stared at Xianxia and said in a deep voice, "Lord Feiyang, I've already said so much. Shouldn't you reveal something useful to me? Otherwise, this open and honest talk would be considered unfair." "Hee. Don't worry, Brother Yuqing," Xianxia said with a smile. "As the saying goes, you can't eat hot tofu if you're anxious. We've had a good conversation." The water deity also nodded in agreement, as if she had understood. Yifan smiled. He knew that Xianxia was extremely intelligent, and no one could take advantage of him. Even someone as shrewd as Bo Yuqing would be led by the nose by him. "Humph." Bo Yuqing snorted in dissatisfaction. "Don't mention hot tofu. I didn't even see tofu. Come on." Xianxia laughed. "Here, I'll give you a chicken leg. The 2 rainbow stones you asked about are indeed on me, but they've undergone a certain mutation. It might be very different from what you expected, so I can't show them." "As expected." Bo Yuqing's face flickered as he stared at Xianxia with a cold gleam in his eyes. Killing intent flickered in his eyes, as if he could not decide what to do. Xianxia laughed. "Brother Yuqing wants to snatch the chicken leg." Yifan and the water deity immediately became alert, while the guests remained calm and sat there. The entire isolated space fell silent. After a while, Bo Yuqing retracted his cold aura and said coldly, "Lord Feiyang is indeed blessed by the heavens. Not only do you have 2 supreme-grade profound-level weapons, but you also have the 2 rainbow stones. You've also learned the true fiend Dharma idol, with the moon eyes and the world's #1 sword intent. I'm afraid the 10 martial sovereigns will have to be rearranged." The other 3 people's faces changed slightly as they looked at Xianxia in surprise. Yifan also couldn't help but stick out his tongue, saying in shock, "Big Brother Xianxia, are you really the peerless martial sovereign, Gu Feiyang, whose title is Army Destroyer?" Xianxia nodded without denying it and said, "I used to be Gu Feiyang." Yifan and the officials' expressions all changed. They were filled with shock. The water deity also frowned. She seemed to have heard of this name before. "But Gu Feiyang is in the past," Xianxia said. "I am Li Xianxia now." Yifan's expression was complicated. He heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. "No matter who you were in the past, you're still my big brother Xianxia." Xianxia chuckled and gave him a look of praise, then turned to Bo Yuqing and said, "Brother Yuqing, you've really overestimated me. I'm only a 3-star martial sovereign now. I don't care if you're Gu Feiyang or Li Xianxia." Bo Yuqing snorted. "In any case, you're a terrible enemy, so I hope we can be friends." "Friend? I can't sleep if I'm friends with Brother Yuqing," Xianxia said with a smile. "I can't sleep. Brother Yuqing and Guang Yuan have been friends for so many years, and you almost caused Guang Yuan to die in your hands." Bo Yuqing's expression didn't change as he calmly said, "That's different. I approached him with a purpose from the beginning." "Then, how do I know you're not approaching me with a purpose?" Xianxia said sarcastically. "Since Lord Feiyang is so wary of me," Bo Yuqing said, "Fine, let's talk about the deal. I hope to be able to make a win-win deal with Lord Feiyang." "Are you sure it's a win-win situation?" Xianxia laughed. "Are you sure? That will depend on Lord Feiyang's conditions," Bo Yuqing said seriously. "Just call me Li Xianxia," Xianxia said. "Gu Feiyang is already a thing of the past. I want to hear your request first. I hope that Lord Xianxia can help me recover my strength." Bo Yuqing muttered to himself. Yunxiao's heart twitched. He had noticed that something was wrong long ago. Although Bo Yuqing had shown the power of a half-step 9-stars martial emperor before, with his reputation back then, he was definitely a 9-stars martial emperor. "Are you also sealed?" Yunxiao asked curiously. "Are you also sealed?" Bo Yuqing didn't speak, directly raising his hand and spreading the 5 fingers of his right hand. Slowly, a ray of light gathered in his right palm, gradually forming a shape. A strange feeling welled up in Yunxiao's heart. He suddenly widened his eyes as he stared at the object and said in horror, "Agarine!" A seemingly ordinary stone was spinning in Bo Yuqing's hand, and the feeling it gave off was clearly that of Agarine. Yifan and the other two were also extremely curious. They had heard about the 2 stones of Japan for so long and didn't expect to see one immediately. "Arg! This thing is the Neonite," the water deity suddenly cried out. Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat as he said in a serious voice, "You've seen this stone before?" The water deity pondered for a moment and nodded. "Yes, I think I've seen something similar in the forest of the sea, but it doesn't look like this." Both Yunxiao and Bo Yuqing's faces flickered. It seemed that the Sea Emperor's palace also had a piece of agarine or rainbow stone. "One of the 2 rainbow stones I have is from Ning Koei, the former city lord of Red Moon City, from the Tiandang Mountains," Yunxiao said. "The other one belongs to the palace of Donghai. Right now you have one, Yu Shengfeng has one, and the Sea Emperor's palace has one. The remaining 5 are scattered all over the world." Bo Yuqing's expression was also grave. "The 2 rainbow stones are gradually appearing. The 5 demon master seals are gradually being undone. This isn't a good sign. Brother Yuqing, where did this piece of agarine come from? Aren't you afraid that I'll snatch it from you?" He looked at Bo Yuqing with a smile that wasn't a smile. Bo Yuqing clenched his 5 fingers and put away the piece of agarine. "My lineage was passed down from a demonic servant, so I'm naturally interested in the 10 rainbow stones. It's not surprising that I've collected a few over the years." Yunxiao nodded. Earlier, the other party had mentioned that he wanted to rob Gu Qingqing's piece, but he had asked for it. "I understand," Yunxiao said. "You want to learn from Yu Yixian and use the agarine to transform yourself into the extreme yin body of the divine body of 2 extremes. As a result, it produced an unexpected side effect, causing your cultivation base to plummet. I wonder if this deduction is correct?" "That's right," Bo Yuqing praised. "As expected of a peerless martial emperor, he's almost there." "So," Yunxiao continued to guess, "you came to the East Sea and this sea area at that. Are you looking for that rainbow stone so that you can merge the rainbow lights and solve the crisis in your body?" Bo Yuqing nodded. Yunxiao thought for a moment, then said, "That's when you met Guangyuan, and you accidentally discovered the existence of Amitba. What's more surprising is that Amitba can also solve your crisis." Bo Yuqing's eyes flashed with a cold light as he said coldly, "Lord Cloud Sky, your wisdom really makes people feel terrified." The water deity was puzzled. "Why do you say his mind is terrifying? Why don't I think so?" "Because Big Brother Yunxiao told me the truth," Yifan said, embarrassed. "Ah!" The water deity was a little confused. She looked at Yunxiao in confusion and asked, "How did you know?" Yunxiao ignored her and continued, "Then I've heard that since it can heal Guang Yuan's injuries, then the possibility of it being able to resolve the danger in your body is also extremely great. From the very beginning, your goal was to obtain the so what I hear. But Guang Yuan was unable to succeed even after researching for so many years. So you hid in peace, planning to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. I'm afraid that the dazzling treasure meat was also your rotten idea. Right?" Bo Yuqing nodded. "If I heard that it was going to absorb the power of the profound level weapon spirit, I'm afraid that I won't be able to recover even after I die if I continue to refine profound level weapons for it to absorb. I was indeed the one who came up with the dazzling treasure meat, but the most unexpected thing was that it attracted you all here and caused the current situation. When you forced Guangyuan into a life-and-death situation," Yunxiao said again, "you changed your mind at that time when you happened to refine the Lotus platform. Although you also want a transcendent-grade profound-level weapon, you know that refining it is extremely difficult, and your top priority is to solve the hidden danger in your body, so you put forward a request to cooperate with Guang Yuan. But what I can't guess is, what request did you make that Guang Yuan would put aside their life and death feud to work with you?" "It's related to the past of Donghai Palace," Bo Yuqing said after thinking for a while. "I'm sorry I can't tell you." "It's all right," Yunxiao said with a smile. It's fine. Although I have a supreme grade profound level weapon, it's completely different from the Fa Hua Lotus platform. I'm afraid I can't help you. Although you don't have the Lotus Throne, you do have something on you that can resolve the hidden danger in my body, Bo Yuqing said seriously. What is it? Yunxiao was surprised. He could not think of anything good that the man had his eyes on. Bo Yuqing stared at him and said word by word, Divine energy. Yunxiao's face flickered and turned cold as he looked straight into Bo Yuqing's eyes. He did not expect the other party to know about spirit power. When Guang Yuan suppressed you earlier, that final wind and cloud palm should have condensed the spiritual energy, right? Bo Yuqing said. Yunxiao did not deny it. He slowly turned his head and said indifferently, How much do you know about the spiritual energy? Bo Yuqing chuckled. Don't forget that I'm a disciple of my master. I've been in the heavenly martial realm for so many years. I know a little about everything. Back then, this spiritual energy was the power that suppressed the demon Lord Emperor, so it can naturally suppress the strange power of the Agarine. Is your current body the Extreme Yin body? Yunxiao asked again. Is it the body of Extreme Yin? Bo Yuqing's expression changed slightly, and he honestly said, I'm one step away. Since the inheritance of my lineage, the only one who has truly cultivated the Extreme Yin body is Lord Yuishian. This is also the reason why my master must obtain his physical body. A phenomenal success divine body will not increase or decrease, and it will not be born or destroyed. Then, if I help you solve the hidden danger in your body, can you directly step into the divine body realm? Yunxiao asked with a frown. Bo Yuqing revealed a serious expression and said, That should be the case, but I don't have much confidence. At this moment, all my strength is used to suppress that abnormal power, so I only have the strength of half-step 9 stars. Why are you asking this? He asked in surprise. The corners of Yunxiao's mouth turned up as he said with an evil smile, I'm just measuring the benefits you can get so that I can state my price. Bo Yuqing's forehead was covered in sweat, his face darkening as he was secretly vexed. Li Yunxiao, you can't. If he can recover his power of 9 stars, no one here can stop him. Second Island Master. Bo Yuqing was furious and shouted, You're hitting me when I'm down. I've always been a straightforward person. If there's anything wrong with my words, you can fucking come and hit me. Bin Qin sneered. Bo Yuqing was furious and wanted to rush up on the spot. Stop. Yunxiao shouted. Stop. He swept his gaze over them, and the two of them snorted coldly before turning their heads away, no longer looking at each other. I'm quite interested in solving the problem of the strange power of the Agarine, Yunxiao said. I'm willing to give it a try, but the reward will certainly not be low. As long as you can help me get rid of the strange force of the Agarine, everything can be discussed. Bo Yuqing was overjoyed. I do need your strength. Yunxiao nodded. But I'll tell you my conditions after this trip to the ruins. Half of Bo Yuqing's joy was extinguished in an instant. Looking at Yunxiao's half-smiling eyes, he felt that the man's mind was too high. In this way, he would be completely tied down and led by the nose for a long time, and in the end, he did not know if he could do or accept the conditions he offered. You're a man, aren't you? Why are you so slow? If there's a deal, why don't you just make it clear now? Narcissus mumbled. Princess Water Fairy is right. Bo Yuqing said bitterly. I hope you can help me persuade Lord Yunxiao and make it clear in one go. Yunxiao chuckled. Brother Yuqing, it's still the same. You can't eat hot tofu if you're impatient. Haha. He sneered in his heart. In this way, Bo Yuqing had completely become his free subordinate and couldn't go against his will. This was already more favorable than any conditions. Water Deity replied, Humph! So coy. You don't even have the demeanor of an expert. Yunxiao ignored her directly. Looking at the depressed Bo Yuqing, he smiled and said, Brother Yuqing, don't worry, just accompany me to the Eastern Sea. I won't mistreat you. I hope so, Bo Yuqing said in distress. Otherwise, Lord Yunxiao and I will be irreconcilable. At that moment, Liao Yongbing, who was outside the isolated space, stood up and cast a spell on the barrier Yunxiao had set up. The incantation turned into a butterfly and flew into it, landing on Yunxiao's finger. Bang! The butterfly was destroyed with a gentle shake, and a message was sent directly into Yunxiao's mind. What? Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he said, "We've arrived at the target place." With a wave of his hand, he immediately removed the barrier, revealing the 5 of them. Yifan's mind moved and he made a hand seal. Noah's ship stopped and quietly floated above the sea. The entire ocean was blue and the sky was clear. The weather was excellent. Everyone flew into the sky and surrounded Noah's ship, looking around. The sea was boundless, and it looked exactly the same no matter which direction he looked from. Liao Yongbing shot out a ray of light, which immediately turned into a water curtain in the air and slowly pulled it open. It was the sea map that Baiming Lifeng showed to everyone in Haitian Town, and Liao Yongbing had made a copy of it.